Good morning here from the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn for the Cricket South Africa Division 2 one-day cup competition match between the Knights, the Flexbrands Knights, and the local side, the Garner Advantages. A beautiful sunny autumn morning in Oudtshoorn. And the news is that the Knights win the toss and they opted to have a bat first. With me in commentary, good morning to Jason Mashangani and Nathan Blakey. Good morning, Nathan.
Good morning, Albertus. Good morning to everybody tuning in. This looks like a very beautiful day in Oudtshoorn today. Great day for cricket and looking for an exciting contest today.
Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome to our viewers all over South Africa and the world. As you see, the Flexbrand Knights taking on the Garden Group Badgers. The Knights currently sitting first on the round with 15 points after 3 bonus point wins, and the Badgers are currently sitting seventh with 4 points after having won one game and lost the two others. As you see, the teams, except for the Knights, today we see two changes with Johan van Dijk and Gian Tuter missing out, and Isaac Michali and Bongi Mhlanga coming in for those two players. And for the Garden Route Badgers, it is an unchanged team from the team that took part in the CSA one-day competition versus Mpumalanga Rhinos in White River this previous week.
Thank you very much. You put it mildly to say that the Badgers are currently seventh on the lock. They're second last, and they're up against a team that is winning all three matches comprehensively by a bonus point. For the Badgers to stay in this competition, they must win here to get today against a very, very tough, well-balanced outfit of the Knights, coached by JP Trichard. So it's going to be a tough ask. And Manel Pele will open the bowling from the furthest sweeping of the ground on strike Jacques Snyman. Tidy start from Manele. He's been the consistent performer thus far this season from the seam bowling department of the Badgers. And Snyman just played as one forward defensive. It looks like a beautiful batting track, Jason.
It looks very beautiful batting track with a lot of grass cover on it. Rolled in into the wicket. It should make for an exciting day in terms of run scoring.
Manele Pele, his second ball of the morning. And negotiated tightly by Snyman, and you'll get off the mark from the second ball as throw from Sito Machiza from fine length straight to Benny Hansen, the keeper, former SA19 captain. He's got gloves on for the middle green.
And Michali misses out there. First opportunity out for the Flexbrand Knights in this fifth over competition. Looking to make an impact. The limited opportunities he's got thus far.
Upside off through to the keeper. Dehane, who previously also played for Western Province amongst numerous provinces. This is his 42nd match in this format. He's got a high score of 58 with 3 half centuries and an average of 18.41. And I think, Nathan, you will agree with me that you would like to push that average up a little bit.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's a decent start so far for the season. Regards to the
Well done by playing through to the keeper.
Jeff has got some good movement this morning so far as well. So he's looking good, keeping it tight as well, giving no room to the batters. For Isaac Michali, yes, as opener, you want to get that numbers up and an opportunity here this morning to increase on that average for him.
This one is played square point, hit into the ground firmly. It will run away for 4. And 4 runs to the credit of Isaac Dikhale. Well executed shot. He plays that one very hard into the square. He bounces over to fill that point, and 4 runs for Dikhale in the end of an over, and a good over for the visitors.
The first boundary or the last one of that over spoiled what otherwise was a great over, great start from Panelitele. Tapping, got outside line.
Yeah, Jade Richter, which replaced Zach Momberg into the starting 11. He will his first over from this the commentary box end of the ground. And strangely enough, this will also be his List A debut. He came alone from the Titans. It was very impressive for the Badgers in a T20 campaign, and also he played his part in the 4-ball competition. He was out with an ankle injury, so it's great to see him back in the starting lineup. He runs in, and he will roll to the dangerous Jacques Snyma. You can see nice seam away from the right hander through to the keeper.
Next first now will be very important for the current Badger seamers. Will be able to extract some movement both in the end of the wicket. They'll look to make the most of that. Make some inroads into the nines, top order, and bring that bit order 8 on.
Oh, it's great delivery, beat to the outside edge. Snyman drives to that one, just misses the outside edge, and tightly negotiated by the keeper, Benny Hansen.
Some lovely movement for the 2 opening bowlers. As an opener, when you see such movement, your eyes lit up. Absolutely beautiful ball there by Richard. But no foot movement also by Jock.
So it's soft hands down to third man and work for Tblanch, and Snyman gets his second single. Yeah, Jacques Snyman is off mark. He made his debut for the Proteas in 2021 in a T20 international against Pakistan. And you can also look at his numbers. A very healthy average of 39 with a high score of 160 that he scored 2 seasons ago. Well, in fact, last season for the Knights against the Lions up in Johannesburg. Getting work for Tblanch, a very wide third man as he does the fielding, and another single for Isaac Dikhale. Now, Snyman is a batter which I think the Badgers rather sooner than later they want to see him back in it.
Yeah, if you deep it's going, it's going to be a long day in the field for the Badgers. Jackson, we were speaking earlier that Jock hits the ball very hard, so you don't want him to get his eye in as well.
Yeah, it will be very important for the Badgers that they clamp him up, do not give him a lot of room for him to free up his arms any on. And so far the bowlers have started well.
Yeah, agree. He's also got a very good conversion rate. He scored 700s and 10 half centuries. So it will tell you a story, as you correctly say, Nathan. When he gets going, it can be a long day of pitching leather for the Badgers. Jack Blackman, he seems to be fit and fine and ready to go as he runs in, and he would like to conclude this over short, not properly pulled, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, which is Tblanch. He does the fielding. And the end of the time over by Jade Richter. I was also asked you the difficult question. If you would like to comment on last night's semi-final between South Africa and the Black Caps at Eden Gardens in Kolkata. Nathan, what start are you?
Well, God have the label of chokers. I would say that was an absolutely walloping by the New Zealandese by us. I think we just didn't pitch yesterday, and unfortunately so. But well done to the New Zealanders, and unlucky to our boys.
Well negotiated. Right. It's led by a signal by umpire Keegan Williams. He is officiating at the Freda Street end, and here at the commentary box end, we've got the local umpire Andre Olivier. Jackson, I'm not going to comment because we're playing 50 over game today, and yesterday was a T20. Your take on what happened after this delivery? Well, by Benelli.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get to watch a single ball, but I went through the summary sheets and had, like, there was, as Nathan said, like, walloping from the New Zealanders. Like, well deserved win for them. They also chased down the score in about what, just over 12 overs. So well deserved winners. Hard luck for us, losing only one game and a game that mattered the most.
Oh, it's a good decision there. Yeah, good call, Morales, not a decision. Apologies for that. I think that one was moving down leg. Very clear from the team there. We'll take us through that again. Sniper very strong in his upper body. We saw him yesterday in his vest outfit. You can see lots of swing generated by Benelli clearly.
I'd love to get just a touch fuller than that. That's fine. At top of the stump, sell you on with some movement there and off the wicket. Give yourself a little bit of an opportunity to get the middle order in, expose that middle order anyone. That length looks good, looks sexy, but not really effective, especially early on now when you're trying to get breakthrough.
Once again, work for Ron Tblanch. Nicely played into the pocket. The leg side by Snyman.
I must say it's been excellent lines by Taylor and Peter this morning so far. It's keeping it tight to the body, not giving the batters any room to free up their arms, especially to a batter like Josh Snyman. So well done to the bowlers so far. Last ball of the third over.
Oh, well bowled by Benelli. You mentioned it, very tiny bowling, end of the over. A good over for the Badgers. The score 9 without lost after 3. Yeah, records are there to be made. Very interesting observation that I've made. I think it's for the first time where one coach will play in two T20 World Cup finals for different teams. Rob Walker achieved that in the USA, the West Indies 2 years ago. And now, as the head coach of New Zealand, he has taken them to his second consecutive T20 World Cup final, this time in the colours of New Zealand. But let's focus on what's happening in front of us. As Jared Rutter will bowl his second over of the morning. Nice swing, very straightforward shot by the dangerous Snyman. And he's also got a very, very impressive strike rate of 114.
Great start there by Jared Ritter, giving the ball all the opportunity to swing by getting it full length.
One right of second slip down to third man, and they'll come back for a second. That is very good observation, good running, but sloppy fielding, not very high alert levels there by the Badgers, and allows the Khali to come back for the second. Yeah, if we look at the two previous matches that were played between these two teams, the T20 match up at the Mangaung Oval ran out, and then I'll look at the red ball match. Tblanch. First by Ivan Richter. Once again, in that vacant area. No third slip or batting position. Again, worked for Tblanch either down the third man. And then it was a comprehensive victory for the Knights as the winners of the 4-day Cup against the Badgers up in Bloemfontein. So the Badgers have got something to settle here. A few interesting results that we saw yesterday. A very good victory for the Inyaki down in East London against the Eastern Storm. Powerplay Impalas, they continue to be impressive as they chase down a mammoth total with a comprehensive victory. Lots of swing, but well played by Snyman. Work with the captain George van Heerden who runs around. Yeah, Pope all of a sudden they found themselves third on the lock on 8 points. So I've got the old box in front of me. I'll update that now soon. Shot and pulled. And leg by signal by umpire on regular field.
Small break here, so the concussion test is just done. Good short ball there by Richter. Very well directed.
So it's fine to continue.
Quick concussion test according to the protocols. Oh, probably mixed by Simon. Good bowling by Richter.
I'd say I've been very impressed with Richter's ability to get the ball up to the bat and test the batters on the front foot. And he's able to extract some movement both in the end of the wicket. And that's exactly what you need here, especially in this first hour where you're trying to make inroads into this ninth batting lineup. As we saw in the previous game, that middle order can be a little bit fragile if you put pressure on this top order. So you want to make inroads as quickly as you possibly can.
And unfortunately for the Badgers, the first wide of the morning bowled by Banel Tele. Well bowled by Bonelli and playing the misses. We saw a few of that this morning.
It's a very good comeback, yes. And that is because of the great lines that these two opener bowlers is bowling. And just with the inter swing away from the right-handers. So very good lines by these two bowlers.
Tight line length executed by Banele. Yeah. We will not make any predictions on targets here. I think if we look at that, at 280 minimum, I would say 280 is par. Two seasons ago, yeah, it was in September, Jason. I remember fondly he was still the assistant coach of the Badgers. You played the Knights here. The Knights scored 300 after them being 167, and then they defeated the Badgers by 10 runs in a pulsating match. And the big area for the Knights that day was a man with the name of Deon Forrester, who scored 100 and also bagged a hat-trick on list A debut. And it's no wonder that he is now part of the South African team that's on their way to New Zealand at the conclusion of the World Cup.
That's definitely a great game for the neutrals.
Just wide of a diving pick on its sign. I think there was some fingers to that. He'll pick up a single.
Yeah, what a way to make your debut. Hat-trick and 100. And obviously that was the start of bigger things to come for Forrester. So good luck to the depth rookie scoring squad as well. That is looking tight so far in the field. As I say that Taylor just bowls his second wide.
Just on himself, searching just slightly.
Compensating there. It's straight to the middle. Captain George van Heerden. The band started their campaign very impressively here at the recreation grounds with a 7-wicket victory when they chased down 273 against the Northern Cape Heat. And back-to-back defeats on the road. They first lost against the Mpumalanga Rhinos, White River, and heartbreaking 4-run defeat the past Saturday against the Eastern Storm at Willowmore Park in Benoni when the match was reduced due to lightning and rain. They were 4 runs behind on Duckworth Lewis. White River's gone 18 without loss. Digali is on strike, he's on 9. And it couldn't work down at fine leg for Sinto Jesus is when he steered down to fine leg. The front leg's been down by Machiza. I think both of you will agree with me that after this ball, I will. Wickets prepared here at the recreation grounds in the last few years, Jason, with specifically in a white ball game. The winning of the toss will not in any way determine the outcome of the result.
Yeah, I think they've been very good for cricket. You get to see a good contest between bat and ball. I always at the recreation ground with the 10 o'clock starts. That first hour with the ball is always key. You've got an opportunity to strike.
Short, pulled away for just in front of square by Snyman, and great executed shot by Snyman.
I'm saying the wickets are always good to play on. There's something in the wicket for the bowlers up front, as we've seen here with Redknapp and Tblanch. If you put the ball in the right spot and bowl with good enough energy, you are able to extract something off the wicket, and there's always something in the end. Then for batting, you can only pass the balance over the last few years, yeah.
So come back, my Richter. Length and the lines is good. Nothing really John could do about that one. Tonight's 23 for no wicket after 5.4 overs.
He's been very good getting the ball up to the bat. And you would think that being such a big man, that would not be his natural length.
Well, there's no protection on fine leg. And the second boundary in this over against the back bowling of Jade Wachter. 4 more for Jacques Snyman.
Yeah, straight down the leg side. And easy pickings for Jacques Snyman. Back second boundary of the over.
This one will not go all the way to the fence, but nearly 10 around the round. And it's a very expensive over with 2 boundaries from the bowling of Ruster, conceding 11 runs in this over. He's third and scored at 29 without loss.
That's some great feeling by Taylor there.
I'm going to pick that up one-handed on the move. Back throw back to the keeper there.
Well, by nearly 10. Work for Carl Jacobs. And wisely, the batters settled for a single, taking the score to 30. Not properly from the middle of the bat.
As you've seen now in this opening 6.3 overs, when the ball is up to the bat and at top of the stumps, it's been all been challenging for the batters to head straight down the wicket. Wondering whether that also has to do with anything, whether it holds up slightly there, or it's just the movement that is doing a bit that creates a little bit of doubt with the batters.
Yeah, it's been good lengths by Taylor, particularly. He's persisting with that length. So here and there, his line is out. But Snyman feel that he missed out on that one, was on his legs. But very tentative to hit the ball straight. No good timing, even trying to get it down the ground. That to Snyder.
The man you see in picture there is Heath Richards. He scored a half century this season, and it was against the Rhinos in White River. Snyder made his intent very clear. Good bowling from Banani Craig.
Flexbrands Knights, 30 for no loss after 7 overs.
So we will continue from the commentary box end. He would like to improve on his previous over where he conceded 11 runs after a really sound start in his first 2 overs. And that one is played to mid-off, where the captain George van Heerden does the fielding. Also a former SA 19 captain, like his wicketkeeper Benny Hansen. And he also in the past year captained the South African emerging team that went on a tour to Bangladesh.
Just picked up that with these 2 batters in the middle. As soon as the bowler bowls the ball up, they're really tentative to hit the ball hard. So they're more just trying to keep it out. That should be a good sign for the Garden Route Badgers bowlers.
One might cut one on his side and work for Majiza down. Has made a good 20 meters, strong arm, but he will not prevent a couple. I think yeah, the crowd maybe feel that he missed out on a boundary there. The outfield, I think it improved from past weekend. We had a Hollywood Bets Pro Series women's match here, where the outfield, of course, is a little bit smaller, but it's definitely more firm and fast than it used to be a few days ago. Oh, straight to back on its side. He does well to stop that ball. Company side fielding at a point. He hails from the Free State. We matriculated at St Andrews. Made debut for the Free State senior professional side at a very young age. And like his coach, Lockie Saseni, who also hails from the Free State, they both former students at St Andrews of Bloemfontein. Was brilliant opportunity there. And of course, was a net free, no ball. Well done by Richter to restrict that to only a single. Had a shy of the stumps is Heath Richards. He's at mid on. The fight taken of that ball. Look at where it bounced in front of the keeper Hansen. A tempting pulls shot by Snyder.
The first change of pace we've seen this morning. quite interesting to see that held up slightly in the wicket.
Yeah, you'll see some dry patches on the outfield, not as lush as green as we would like to see it. Oh, airborne work for the Emerald Divers, but still not prevent a single. We are again in the midst of a drought here in the Klein Karoo. And although we had some nice rain last week, uh, there are still some water restrictions. And I can further go that courtesy of the Oudtshoorn municipality, they presented relief to the host here, Southwestern District Cricket, to use water at limited times. But outfield not as lush as green as we used to.
The crossover has done very well. We got the ground ready.
Tipney will be disappointed. He's third wide of more.
Just something a bit strange there, but been very good this morning. Not giving any freebies away to the opening batters of the Flexbrands Knights.
Takes there for Tblanch, who was at square leg. 2 runs added for Snowman, taking his total to 18 from 26, and Isaac Dikhale is on 14 from 22, and into the ninth over of the morning. Still early days, but I think the Knights can be pretty happy with where they find themselves. Yes, there was a few misses outside of, went through to the keeper.
See us changing the field. Finally coming into the ring. Square leg dropping the boundary.
Good single, extra cover just hang back. After Jackson might hit that ball, was just a step taken back and allowing the batters to get through for that quick single.
Just watch out. Sometimes better length there. From 10. Maybe just a touch too straight. See Khalid cuts very tight and close to his body. He's looking for a little bit of room to access that outside. Good stop there behind square. Alexander at point. Throws again into the legs. Tucks it around for one.
Yeah, that one was a little bit too straight. He's tucked into the leg side for a single by Isaac to Khalid.
clearly in the pick of the bowlers in terms of economy rate, but add to that 15 runs which he conceded in at 5 overs with 3 wides. And for the first time this morning, very early, we see the introduction of Jay Richter, who will spin from the commentary box end. So it's not Jay Richter, my incorrection, Liam Alder. He didn't play for Jay Richter. I don't think Liam will be very happy with any commentator calling him Jade. It's very magnificent stuff this season for the Belgians. Former King Edward VII schoolboy. Last season he was at Tblanch, still playing for the Warriors. One flip in position. Cup Jacobs. You will see that Yasin Valley has moved to the gully. No third man in position. Into Dikale.
Two runners out, long arm, and deep mid wicket.
Oh, beaten there by Alder.
That's going to be the matchup. Alder versus Jock Snowman.
For the gully, Yasin Valley, who, like Elder, went to King Edward VII School in Johannesburg. Straight to the bowler. No one added to the total.
My team sort of realized that spin against the Knights can be a very potent weapon.
If on, this one will not go all the way. Lockdown, work for Tblanch, and 2 runs added for Snyman. Although it was airborne, I think the shot was well executed.
That was well played. Just to chip it over the infield to get two. At the end of the Powerplay, the Flexbrand Knights are 44 for no loss.
And we'll see a bowling chase. Likewise from the further Sweden at the ground, Sintu Majiza.
One further of his own bowling into Majiza.
The way that he attempted to kick that ball into the stumps. He was definitely a striker on the football field in his early days into Majiza. I can only imagine. Growing up in Tblanch in George, that he was exposed to the round ball. But I would say that Dikhalia would have been safe anyway.
Very well judged. What's that signal there?
Yeah, very good strike by Matiza here. So very important that the change bowlers back up the opening bowlers, especially they've done so well to keep these two contained.
Stuff well so far. First ball deliveries doesn't give any width. First three deliveries, sorry.
And again, brought the football skills of Majiza into play, but once again, a very well run single. Over the top of middle on, 4 runs for Snyman, and that brought up the half century for the Flexbrand Knights. It missed the 11th over. A well placed and positional shot there from the experienced Snyman, taking his score to 27 of 38. And it seems that he seems to be in fine nick. Work for Carl Jacobs. And yeah, Alvin will continue from the commentary box end. One just sense that the Badgers will need to break this partnership sooner rather than later to threatening batsmen.
Yeah, these two are becoming more comfortable the longer they out there in the middle.
In terms of the running between the wickets, they definitely did their homework in terms of the firmness in the place of the outfield.
If Jackia runs very well so far. Spin is going to be a very important weapon here for the current Wood Badgers in this middle overs.
Tiny bowling from Elder. You referred to spin. They've also still got Carl Jacobs and Peko Moletsane. One more batting all rounders, but both of them has done their job before spinners here. Good job if they may have seen, buddy. Stops it. Breaking signal.
And this middle parent, whoever wins this middle parent will be determined by how well they play or bowl their spin overs.
And that will be a couple. As you have seen, buddy couldn't prevent. Get hands to that ball. Snap picks up a couple. Now tidy over from Liam Elder. End of the over. 12 overs gone, 53 without loss.
It's going to a very good override. 12 overs bowled already. So a quarter of an hour, 3/4 of an hour.
It's Visa to the tail. In gap, good placing, good placement. Work for Elder. And just look how well the batters run between the wickets. That is 3 runs. You can see they used to play on a big outfield like in Bloemfontein. This outfield is deceptively big, about 65 meters square of the wicket, both sides, towards the leg and the offside. Remember, they play at the centre strip today. Now, this one will be deposit over the boundary by Snyman. He picked up 6. You can't bowl there into Snyman when he's in form, and he punishes that one over square leg for a maximum.
And in my mind, it's a very interesting approach to go speed now in this second power play, especially if you've watched how the Knights went against the CSA Magic side previously. This middle movers seem is going to be to be attacked a little bit more than spin. Spin should bring them more in the game, be able to control the rate and also offer opportunities to pick up wickets.
Yeah, and if you look at the field placing, looks like it's going to play well into the batters of Knight's hands, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, the message will be quite clear to Machiza. And that is the second maximum of the over. He's taking some pounding here.
And I've gotten the field placement a little bit wrong with Machiza bowling, taking pace off with 5 leg and third man out on the boundary. And both men on the straight in the ring. They might be missing a trick here.
Yeah, if we look at the team of the Knights, coming in at number 3 will be the young 19-year-old Ruben Maria, who was still at school 2 years ago at Grey College. Seems to be very impressive in all the formats where he played. At number 4 will be the dangerous Cole Abrams. I saw him here one day almost single-handedly win a game for the Heat. Yeah, the third man. And work for Baneri Trele, picks up a single. And then at number 5, that is one of the batsmen that has definitely got the number of the badges this season, Ron Hasbrook. Seth Flattermouse at 7. At number 8 will be Dane Pitt, a former international player, who once bagged 13 wickets in an innings for the Cape Cobras here in a franchise game against the Titans. One of the most successful spin bowling performances at this ground. And he also represented Southwestern Districts in the inaugural Africa T20 Cup way back in the 2015-16 season.
Let's get hint of 10 there from DM Elder, beating the outside edge of Snake Hunt. I think this is their route into breaking this partnership.
What did say the advantage Elder?
Right, the bowling from Elder and giving an amp an opportunity to spin.
You need to put pressure on both ends. Your bowling attack. Currently, Elder is doing quite well to keeping things tight. But I assume we can expect a bowling change from the first through the end of the ground after this over. After Giza was quite expensive. He went for 22 in his opening 2 overs. So it's down to 5 leg, where the very same Giza will runs around, but not to prevent a couple. Once again, Nathan would like to re-emphasize the very good running between the wickets, and I think a lot of teams come to play here can take a lead out of the paint from the Knights. This morning, I can't recall a single opportunity where they missed out on taking a couple.
Yeah, they've been running the first 101, which makes it easier for them to come back on the second run. So their running has been very good this morning.
On the screen, you can see there that the captain, George van Heeren, has still got faith in Machiza. Well, they call him the Magic Man. Maybe there's a reason why they call him the Magic Man. Sintu Machiza. Oh,
Yeah, and at this point in time, this point of the game, it doesn't matter which seaman comes onto bowl. I think the seaman will be put under the pump here. Will look to take on seam and knock around the spinners in this middle phase. So whoever comes onto board as a seaman has to be on the money here.
Machiza comes in. It's protection out. Sweeper on the offside. Yeah, always posted there. That one was hit straight to him. And Sniper picks up a single, and he's approaching his 11th half century in this format of cricket. There's a big shout there. Not very convincing appeal from the bowler. And very little support from wicketkeeper Benny Hansen. So, Jackson, you are umpiring decision analyst here. You will tell us That one was probably missing leg stump.
That was definitely sliding down leg side. But more optimistic there.
And the reason why Jason is fulfilling this, he's sitting the closest to our television screen. Straight to the bowler. There's a hand to that. Good stop there from Peckham on its side. But will not prevent single. And a very, very healthy 74 without loss as we approach over number 15. Or the end of over number 15. A bit over by Tblanch thus far.
That's better control. Look to close this off.
Just looking to close the over out to Snyman.
Good comeback from Machida, only conceding 3 runs. And 8 of over number 15. They are spot on the Badgers in terms of their over rate and it's expected because there was no balls that was hit outside the fences of the recreation ground here in Oudtshoorn. And there were also no wickets. So 15 overs per hour, which is the required minimum rate. And Elder, the ball is off over from the commentary box end of the ground, very economical. He conceded 10 runs in his opening 3 overs. Touch towards the net, the big man. Like a bit of over elaboration. He's not really a big man. Big, he's got a big height. Just get wide of Liam Elwood. And also, whilst we doing the commentary, I think I must say thank you very much to our production team, really. Can't wait for the next drinks break. To have cigarettes, runs. Really, to you and your team, it's always great to commentate here from the recreation ground. Well, always protection, not required. That's a maximum. A slot sweep from the highway and well executed. And it's a 6, taking the partnership and a total to 82.
Great shot by Khali on this occasion. With a filled up at long one. Long one was moved into the ring. That allows them pretty much a free hit, one might say. As long as no fill on the boundary in front of square.
And that's the patch of the Kali. Catch taken by Carl Jacobs on first slip. Out 3 at 6. It was taken by Jacobs. Breakthrough, well bowled Liam Alder. And good innings from the Kali, contributing 30. So the first wicket down with a total of 82.
A very well bowled by Yamelda. He held his nerve, still gave it some air. But slight change in line. He just the outside edge from the Khali on the drive. Good catch taken by Carl Jacobs. Score is 82 for 1.
Yeah, it's a great comeback there by the Liam Mulder. Just making sure it's not a drinks break. Oh, no, it's not. So we still have a couple of overs before the drinks break. So it breaks the partnership 82 for 1. The Flexbrands Knights.
That brings Ruben Hoy out to the crease. I think as we spoke about a little bit earlier on the broadcast, spin is going to be key here against the Flexbrand Knights. As we saw in the previous game against the CSA emerging side, spin gave them quite a bit of trouble, with them chasing a low score of just over 140 to win by just 1 wicket, with Murray remaining unbeaten in that chase. While the Garfield Badgers would have watched that, and so we've got an opportunity here if our spinners fire.
Who drops first up to Maria?
Just keep an eye on the umpire. There was scratching involved there. Ruben Maria matriculated at the famous Grey College in Bloemfontein in 2024, and certainly has made big strides here in central South Africa. Talking about Grey College, the cricket players that they produced over the years, the likes of Ansikron here, Squash Majuza in. There's a shout there. He's going it out! Majuza's got the breakthrough! Sniper doesn't look happy. And well, that's the departure of Jock Snyman, an important breakthrough for the Garden Road Badgers. That is a big wicket. Just 4 of his half century. And the faith that Captain George van Heeren has put in Majiza has paid off. So look at that one.
See, Majiza picks up Snyman. With all openers now back in the hut. Flexbrand Knights are 84 for 2.
Yeah, we don't have the luxury of all tracking. And you can see there that Snyman, as he walks back, doesn't seem to be very happy. And in comes Cole Abrams.
To George van Heeren for holding his nerve and persisting with Majiza, who was this way, this captain, by picking up the dangerous Jack Snyman, just 4 runs short of his half century.
Well, you in front of your computer, mobile phone, or television set, I think it's for you to decide. As I said earlier, that is a typical ball, which I think that ball tracking will give you the exact answer. The quick decision has been made, and snake on the pants. Cole Abrams. Jackson, you work with, seem to, as a coach, he will take a lot of confidence out of this wicket.
Yeah, doing a lot of good. In the previous games, he's bowled well with little reward.
Adams. He's got long levers. He can hit long balls. Got an edge down to final third man, and he picks up the season.
Persistence there from Van Heerden was steam to Majiza. I was actually hoping that they bring in spin, but the captain believes this is the right route to go.
So it's great for captains when they assist with a specific bowler and that bowler rewards their faith in them by picking up a wicket. An important one in the context of this game. Now we've got relatively new bends at the crease. Murray having faced 3 balls and Abrams just one. Got an opportunity just to create a little bit of pressure, get themselves firmly back in this game. Good shot on the ground by Mario. It's 4-1.
Abrams. It's right-hander. Plays that one defensively. And before the drinks break, I think could take a lot of confidence the Badgers out of these 2 wickets that went down. The first one then of Isaac Tikhale. Very important wicket of Jacques Snyman. Majiza to Abrams. Oh, Matt McMahon is making a magnificent comeback here. Remember, he was quite expensive in his first 2 overs. And good comeback. We will take a break for a drinks break. The news is that the Knights has won the toss. There was an opening stand of 80 between Jacques Snyman and Isaac Tikhale. Elmer got the wicket of Tikhale. He was caught on first slip by Carl Jacobs, and Snyman trapped leg before by 6 matches for 46. The score now 86 for 2 as we take a drinks break. Yeah, we're back after the rings break. And we will also see a bowling change from the commentary box end as Peko Moletsane will replace Liam Alder. Alder has done well. He bowled 4 overs. He conceded 19 runs and he picked up, of course, the wicket of Isaac Dikhale. And very important in that 4 overs, he's bowled 14 dot balls out of the 24 balls that he bowled. And Peko Moletsane, I said a lot about him earlier this morning. He, of course, is a former Work with third man again. Like, the run rate, very steady at 5 per over. And if the Knights can continue with this, they can set up another quite significant total here today.
Was started off by then by Muletani, 2 dot balls.
Tati Peko Mulitsane. But the balance act on ice skating downfall there by Peko Mulitsane. Will we see the first maiden over of this innings? Mulitsane. Carl Evans on strike. Will it indeed be, and a good over ball by Mulitsane? Well, he hasn't let his captain down. And it also gives us an opportunity to look at specific records here at the recreation ground. And Cricket South Africa statistician, the well-known Andrew Sampson, has put this for us together quite nicely. Since the inception of the new domestic structure, and we're in the 5th season of that, this is the 14th match that's been played here. And I think you will agree with me that the average first inning score here is 239. It's a little bit low. It was really over the past few years that has been better. The highest score, 344 for none, which the Badgers scored against the Northern Cape Heat in the 2023-24 season. And we can recall there were 2 centuries in that match, coming from the bat of Jean du Plessis and Blake Capel.
Yeah, I think that average score over the last 3 to 4 seasons has definitely pushed up a little bit. So just over a week ago with the home side chasing down 273 to win against Northern KP. It's testament to how good the wickets have been here at the recreation ground.
Look at that good running between the wickets once again. Zach Mombo is on the field. He's a 12th man. In gap by Maria. I'm impressed with the way how Molatani, his previous over was a maiden, and on strike is Cole Abrams. Just wide of wicket.
And I think that George van Heerden looks to bowl his spinners from this end and continuing with his steamers from the top end of the ground. So something to Maria.
Just what's interesting about that is that before the start of this over, the two spinners bowled 6 overs and went for 21 runs, which is an economy of 3.5. And the Steamers, having bowled 15 overs, have considered 81 runs at 5.4 to the over.
Yeah, I can also assume that coach JP Trichard will also make notes in his coaching notebook. Spin bowling. I can spot Seth Flatmouse and Pete amongst the spinners in the team, and also Jacques Snyman can bowl part-time leg spin bowling. Just one first slip, but that one will run away to third man. Will be cut off. It's a long, long chase just in front of the rope, and literally that was less than 10 centimeters in front of the rope. Work done by Yasin Vali, and the batters will take for the second time they will run three or round three. Empty over. 4 runners bowled by Molatani, and he conceded 8 runs.
That was start by Molatane. And 2 after 22 overs. Ruben Maria at the crease with Cole Abrams 17 and 8 respectively.
Yeah, you mentioned of spin from the commentary box end and pace bowling from the Freda Street end. But the ball is now being thrown to Carl Jacobs. He is renowned to be a man with a golden arm.
He's been a very reliable white ball bowler over the last 3 seasons for the Garden Blue Badgers.
The score now 108 for 2. And the Knights, who win the toss, they're still on track. I think for posting at least 280. Magnus on strike. He seems to be a very organized batsman, Ruben Maria. You can see with that cricket shot how organized he is. Magnificent straight drive from Maria.
So able to start to the over by Langer. Takeoff starts with a full on. Able to bed mid off on the inside for 4.
Quick one. Work for Tblanch. Sorry, that is Yassine Bali. Some square point. Hmm? Like the third man, a controlled shot. And Yassine Bali has now been moved into the first slip position for the right-hander Cole Evans. Airborne, almost into the throat of Jack Lister with mid-wicket. A good finish today from Carl Jacobs. He conceded 5 runs. 23 overs gone, the score 12 for 2.
Very good comeback in that over after having considered a boundary of the first delivery. Let's need to continue from the commentary box now.
Yeah, Gordon Bantus has done well also from the 15th over. Only been conceding just over 30 runs.
What to yourself whether they've missed that shape, especially now in the second power play by bowling few more overs of seam than they could have.
Good control like Baker Malitsane. Nathan?
Good control. And as you say that, Ruben Maria hits that ball straight over his head for one bounce ball.
What a release shot by Maria.
So Mario looks at Sarah Stregata. Doesn't look rushed at all. Even a restaurant. Stay in control.
Good comeback by Malatsani as well, just changing his length.
Good into the over, Malitsane bowled his 4th over. And conceded 12 runs. Still very economical by the look of things. And Carl Jacobs will continue from the previous end of the ground. I'll go Evans. You can see he feels that he missed out.
Jacobs definitely got away with one there. Direct down outside off. Finds the man at extra cover.
Well, there's something building up here.
Jacobs is riding his luck here. I'm just a bit frustrated as well. Missing out on 2 short ones.
Bouncing towards mid-wicket. Tblanch was patrolling the mid-wicket fence, runs towards his left. He covered about 15 yards. Tightly dusted fielding, and 1 run added to the total. And the left-hander, Ruben Murray, is on strike.
Jacobs is a little bit rushed in his action. So, strike them all 3 deliveries down.
Well, Carl Jacobs, yeah. Well, we spoke about Grey College this morning, and we apologies, but I forgot about, of course, the great Trippy son. It was also in Grey, my memory serves me correct. And of course, also Mbongi Mhlanga, who's playing here for the night. But that's the end to the over, the tidy over from Carl Jacobs, where he only conceded a single. So the Spinners have done the job here. Between Molitsane and Jacobs, they bowled 6 overs and they only conceded 19 runs.
Very good work by the spinners. I think as we identified earlier in the first power play that the spinner overs will probably be dictated by whoever bowls or bats well against spin from both ends.
In gap by Maria, but they clearly come into play to run that's the fielding, but he will not prevent a single. Well, I'm looking at that billboards referring to the unbreakable approach here, but it was heartbreaking last night.
Look, you said no comment will come from your side.
Quality, my fellow commentators here. Nevertheless, we started a great tournament up until that dreadful semi-final in Calcutta. Some good fielding, we can see the disappointment there from Elder. He danced over the ball. Ooh, airborne, but safely placed.
Partnership has quietly crept up to 39 runs between Murray and Abrams.
Step to the 26th over. Flexbrands Knights, 124 for 2. After 26 overs for the partnership by these two. No real risk being taken by them. They're looking very comfortable out there in the middle.
Since the inception of the new professional domestic structure, spoke about that. Simple Majiza is still the player with the most appearances here on the 11, and just one match behind him is Peko Malitsani on 10, adding today's matches to that. It's expected that home team plays will hit that record. And 24 for 2 after 26. Well, went a couple.
Halfway mark of the over. Good start by Jacobs, only conceding 2 so far. Back to Maria. And there's an opportunity at a catch taken. Sees the back of Ruben Maria. The Knights loses their third wicket of the morning.
Great catch diving low to his right by Jay Drexler to complete that catch. Mentioned earlier when Carl Jacobs got to the attack net. He's got a knack for breaking partnerships and picking up wickets. A very reliable one-day bowler. And he has laid off Brooke Murray, who was looking quite comfortable. That wicket and a 42-run partnership between Murray and Abrams. Still experience, touched the ball there. Walked out to the crease to join Colin Abrams.
Yeah, this stage the Knights 126 for 3. 26.5 overs bowled. It's about 23 overs left in the innings. 300 do look a very big distance away.
Yeah, we spoke about the man with the golden arm. And Carl Jacobs has got the breakthrough. And Pat Botha replaces another left-hander, Maria.
Great good over from Carl Jacobs comes to an end. Picks up a wicket of Murray and only concedes 2 runs. Flexbrands Knights are 126 for 3 after 27.
It's time to continue from the commentary box end to Cole Abrams, who's on 11 from 27 delivery phase.
So pick up a single. Charlie bowling here by the spin duo of Molaksane and Jacobs. Big shot there, umpiring River Theory is unmoved.
That's going to look like it's sliding down late. And very tight over by the Gardens with Badgers. Become very exciting. 5.4 was bowled, only conceding 18 runs so far.
Work for Alban. He does the fielding. Carl Jacobs, who picked up a wicket in his previous over, will continue with his fourth over. Uncle, of course, is one of the great cricket players in the pre-military era for Eastern Province, Bravo Jacobs. I said his uncle, his grandfather. Just out of your picture in front of us, we notice that Gian Clute is limping. Well, he's not in the starting 11 today. Yeah, good placement there by Abrams.
Yeah, that probably can also answer as to why he's sitting out today.
Big loss for the Flexbrand Nines. He's had a good season so far with a bat.
Single end of the over, another tidy over from Carl Jacobs, 131 for three. Yeah, just also allows us to give to you just the situation in terms of the lock positions. We confirmed that, and there's no change to the top position where the Knights are on 15 points after three matches. They bagged bonus points in all three their matches. Second, in a very good performance in this outfit competition by Limpopo Impala. They picked up another victory yesterday. They second on 12 points after four matches. And after the Eastern Stormers lost yesterday, they now on 11 points uh, after four matches. So victory today by the Badgers will move them to fifth position from seven. Well, the victory for the Knights will just consolidate their position on the top of the lock. Slap ball, wide, cut away for four. There's a chase from Yasin Vali, and you can see the pace of the outfield, the strong throw from Vali. They will come back, and if my memory serves me correct, it's the third time today where the batters ran through for three. Not something that we see a lot on this ground.
It's not something that you'll see on a regular basis yet at the recreation ground. That's a result of the thick outfield. The balls just plugging out in the outfield.
But there's no ball signal by umpires on the field, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yeah, correct. That's an unnecessary mistake by Molasane, who has otherwise been very, very tidy. Coach Evans will try to catch in on this. Yeah, if you look at the lock positions, both of you will agree with me. It's very tight in the middle part of the lock. And for the Panthers to qualify for the playoffs, I think they'll need to win basically everything that's left.
Yeah, and winning today's game would move them back into that battle in the mid-table.
Well, tonight, as I've said, they can consolidate their position and secure their third home final. And it's also already been confirmed before we even started with the One Day Cup that the Knights will get promoted back into Division 1, and that promotion will be for the next 2 seasons.
That's how dominant the Flexbrand Knights have been throughout this season. Secured promotion with one competition left. After the 30th, the Flexbrand Knights are 138 for 3.
CC clock is strike 12:01. So just about 15 overs per hour. Overall for the Garden Group Panthers. Got Jacobs to continue from field 3 in.
Like last 10% for the Garden Badgers was very good. Where they won in the last 10 overs, they've conceded only 41 runs. Sorry, 43 runs. My mistake. And so picking up 1 wicket.
Yeah, Jan Fuchs, we just got confirmation that an ankle injury has prevented him to be considered to be fit for today's game. The future Patrick Botha. Well, he is one of the most experienced players on the park. He played 112 matches in this format. He scored 2 centuries and 15 half centuries. And his best score was last season, can you believe it, against the Knights of Bloemfontein, where he posted 109 not out. A very, very competitive and quality cricket player that we've got on strike now, Patrick Botha. Little change in the batting order that we received. We had that Ryan Hosbrook will come in at number 5, but they changed their Botha at 5, Hosbrook at 6. They can never float around. Comes down the wicket, and in the straight past the bowler, wide of Longo, who tried to catch it off on his 4 runs. And it's been a while since we saw a boundary here.
So welcome boundary for the Flexbrand Knights. Well executed. Great use of the feet by Corey Abrams. Yes, that's strike. Beats wide long one. Heath Richards.
I think the Knights are well on track to at least score a par here, which is 280. spite of the fact that the duo of Moletsani was consisted 27 runs in his 7 overs, and Carl Jacobs 17 in his 5. He's done a good job to restrict the run flow. I think it will be a tough chase.
Yeah, wickets land is going to be key for the Knights. The last 19 overs left on the innings. Gordon Banks has done very well to bring the bring the run rate down to 4.6. With some hands played his part, 7.1 overs, 27 runs conceded.
And Pat Botha will dispose that one over long off for 6. Rather long one for the left-hander. I've seen the experience of Botha, a quality batter. She's off for that one over long for 6.
It's a quality shot from a quality batter. It's flight set from Flexbrands. Gives him the chance to get underneath that one. He's thrown over long on for 6. And that moves the Flexbrands 9 to 150 for 3 after 31.2.
Good comeback by Malatsani. Good fielding as well.
Yeah, the last 10 overs, the Knights basically batted at 5 per over. It took them 10 overs to move from 100 to 250. The Ants know that they will need wickets to restrict the Knights to anything less than 280 here. Oh, that's a good call there. And that's with a departure of Carl Abrams for 19. Moletsani, well deserved wicket for him.
That's favorable ball by Flexbrands. Cody Abrams trying to go for the big shot over mid wicket. And he misses it. Gets the judge LBW by umpire Holyfield. And Knights lose their 4th, 151 for 4.
That very good call by the umpire.
And that should be, yeah, it's Ron Alsbrook. Product of the Northwest University. Played for the Dragons, he played for the Lions. Then moved to the Popo. From then moved to Kimberley, the Northern Cape Heat. And now he's in the colours of the next door neighbours, the Flexbrands Knights. And surprisingly, Carl Jacobs has been taken off and has been replaced by Baneri Tele, who has bowled 5 overs and only conceded 15 runs. So he will operate from the fairness street end of the ground. And striking is the left-hander Patrick Botha.
The start by Taylor in the second spot. Captain will be looking for him to strike here. Follow up what Peko Mletani has just done in the previous over.
Square cut down to deep point or single for Patrick Botha. Yeah, I think the only way that the garden route badges will be able to restrict the Knights below the par score that we believe is 280 will be continue to take wickets. Because Boswell, what type of batter Rowan Haasbroek is as well, very aggressive batter.
It's sharp there, but I think Westbrook is safe back.
I'm going to go on your five. That single or that run opportunity for the batters. Sails into Haasbroek, top ball. Cut down the batting lineup of the stage. It's not really much more recognized batters left for the Knights.
So the lines by Benelli.
Well, the captain Dane beat at 8. And experienced Manucci Water coming in at 9. Also can be dangerous there as a backhand.
Yeah, well, both of them players that also played cricket in the franchise era. Well, both Benelli. Empty over, end of 33 overs, a total 155 for 4. Pat Botha on 17 from 25, and Rowan Haasbroek on 3 from 4. This partnership was only just began. The 4th wicket went down on 151. And Liam Alder comes back into the attack. I don't think it's a bad ploy, although I think Peko Mletani bowled quite well. Alder has been economic. It's very clear that the captain wants him to strike and to break this partnership. But Asbrook will use that juicy full toss and pick up a boundary 4.
Another good start to the over by Melda. Juicy full toss to Ruan Asbrook. Gets his first boundary.
Work for the captain, George van Heerden.
A bit of a slip there from Hasbrook as he charged down the wicket. And he manages to keep that one out from Melda.
And a good end to the Alder over after conceding a boundary from his first ball. Alder has now bowled 5 overs and he conceded 23 runs. "34 overs gone to total 159 for 4. And that run rate, 4.7. Still under control from a Badgers perspective. But we can obviously expect the onslaught, I presume anything from over number 40.
Yeah, and I think then by then these two should be set if they are still in the middle. Could be 1 or 2 overs earlier, but I think about 40 overs will be the overs that the Knights will be targeting.
Tede, he really deserves a wicket with his bowling today thus far. But Patrick Botha negotiated that one. That's a little wide from Manele, clearly.
That's the only thing that has let him down today, his disciplines. Once in a while, strays down leg.
It's coming around the wicket for the left-hander. Work for Carl Jacobs. Still good energies by Carl Jacobs. I think whatever target the Badgers will chase today, they're running between the wickets, must be very, very good.
As we've seen with the Flexbrand Knights, they've been very aggressive where they are running between the wickets. It has paid dividends so far.
Chile has been excellent with his lengths today. He's been bowling very well, very good lengths all day. It's just a line that sometimes differ, but other than that, not giving anything away to the batters.
That one was hit firmly on the square and racing quickly to mid-on. And for that reason, it didn't make an attempt to run a single. Taylor in to Botha. And once again, his length's certainly very good. That line is also good. The end of a good Banele trailer over, and they will take the second rings break of the morning. We just saw Gian Cluter strolling around. And yesterday, in a warm-up with a soccer ball, he twisted his ankle.
Seen a few players over the last few years of all their ankles and be out of the game for a while while playing soccer. Quite interesting. Some teams don't allow that anymore as part of their warm-ups.
Yeah, I watched some of that sometimes, and it can be quite competitive.
It's supposed to be a warm-up, but it's a match within a match.
Some intent shown there by the use of the feet from Tblanch.
Now, the one thing the Badgers did well is to restrict boundaries. But as I said, we can expect the onslaught very soon.
Very good first over by Liam Alder after the drinks break. The Knights 166 for 4 after 36 overs.
This partnership will be key for the Flexbrands Knights in setting up that back end, that late charge in the inning. We want this to go on for at least another 7 overs. See a change in the bowling. Sindu Majiza coming back into the attack. 1 for 27 after 4 overs. Having picked up the important wicket of Jack Snyman earlier on. Starts off with a dot ball to Tblanch.
He's on the expensive side, Majiza. Specifically and especially Jacques Snyman that got a hold of him with a few maximums. There you can see the very good running between the wickets. Very good call by Tblanch, who runs to the danger end and he collects a single.
And one thing we haven't seen by the batters of the Knights during the course of the innings is any hesitations. So that's a good understanding between the batters that's out in the middle.
Yeah, Tblanch has definitely played some cricket here before, and so the coach JP Trichard, so they know the conditions.
And what's interesting for me now at this point is that the 3 spinners have 11 overs remaining between them. And we're into over number 37. So, by all accounts, they won't get through that 11 overs. It will be interesting how they use spin from here onwards.
into the leg side there by Rowan Hasbrook for now single. Good rotation of strike between these two in the middle.
Majisa would be very confident to end this without a boundary. And it ends the over with a dot ball. I should have used the word determined instead of confident, but he shows a lot of confidence to restrict it to a dot ball. The score now after 37 overs, 170 for 4. Alvar to Hasbrook. Treated with a lot of respect. Oh, another one.
The nice batters have been quite content with just seeing off the spin, just knocking it around, and looking to stay a little bit more attacking against the seam.
Comes down the wicket straight. There will be protection out there in the form of Tblanch, who does the fielding, but he will not prevent a couple. There was an attempted sweep shot there, missed out. End of the over. Score at 172 for 4 after 38 overs. And the captain has put faith in Sintu Majisa. Into the left-hander Patrick Botha. Work for third man Banene Tblanch. Tidy fielding. And 1 run added to the total.
You see quite a bit of changes of pace here from Majiza. As we've seen earlier on, pace on has been a little bit easier to put away.
And there's 1 more ball to go to Majiza. Three consecutive dot balls. This time he's on the back foot. He punches it. The break. string of dot balls and you pick up a single. Let's work for Yasin Valley. It will only be a single. Hasbrook on strike against Alder. 2 runs conceded this over. And another tidy over as Hasbrook will concede 3 runs. End of over number 40. The score now 185 for 4. Well, the captain will continue with Sintu Majiza. Single.
We've got 10 overs to go. Both teams will start looking at what are the most likely totals they'll be happy with.
And the 2 set batters, Jason, I think anything between 9 to 10 runs to the over. Plus from the on.
I think definitely if one of these batters is able to bat through right till the end, 9 to 10 to the over, I'll be happy with.
It's airborne, there's a fielder underneath that. The catch has been taken. Very good catch taken there. It's the captain George van Heerden. And well, his faith in Sintu Majiza has paid off. That's a brilliant catch taken.
Another pace-off delivery from Majiza, and Patrick Werther is not able to get full pressures on that one. Hard back of an length.
Yeah, well done to Sintu Majiza. He certainly has proven the commentators wrong. We were not convinced that he's the best option to continue with. There you can see 20 meters towards his left and taken by the captain George van Heerden. And a very, very important wicket is the departure of Rowan Hasbrook. We mentioned earlier that he can be very destructive indeed, and a good wicket for the Badgers, the 5th that they picked up. The score 186 for 5.
And that's the departure of Patrick Werther rather. Hasbrook's still out of the crease. He's joined by Seth Vleermoos. Badgers have done well to make sure that they are able to break these partnerships before they can totally head them.
And in comes Seth Fledermaus. He played 7 of these matches before in his career. Highest score of 52 last season for the Knights against Boland, and that was in a Division 1 match. So he's definitely not a rabbit with the bat. Is that a correct explanation?
He can settle you all a bet. They start to feel them here by Majiza, 2 dot balls in a row, staying on the stumps.
That's a wide. Majiza seems surprised, but you don't have to.
Clearly down leg there by Majiza. Attempted bumper. Let's misdirected that one.
End of the over, and Liam Alden will continue. He backed 1 for 32.
I think with that, the wicket of Patrick Botha, could see that the idea was to launch, but with this now just peg them back another couple of overs.
Fledermaus will pick up a single.
I certainly think the fall of that wicket will give the Badgers a bit of an opportunity to put the squeeze on for the next few overs as the new batter tries to settle in.
Although he does the fielding, prevent a single, although not tidy. Alden is very successful to keep Haasbroek at bay. Short. And it's a bit of a, ooh, not tidy fielding there, a little bit eagerness. The captain George van Heerden. You can look there, you can see Fledermaus is well down the wicket, and there was a run-out opportunity there.
Certainly a missed chance there.
very clear that I just think that the Knights is just seeing out Albie here. The way that they play him.
That's the end of the 42nd over. Flexbrand Knights 190 for 5. Vladimir's just settling in into his innings.
Eight overs left, and well, the Badgers tidy bowling from Baneli Tele. I think they've done well thus far. They can bowl tidy, they can restrict the Knights here to 270, which when you said from the beginning, so that's about par. Between 260 and 280 is par.
Yeah, the Garden Route Badgers has helped themselves also by regularly taking wickets as well. Not allowing the Knights to. Is that ball, good ball here by Tele again. Vladimir's running very hard. Only a single good throw there.
I've spoken to JP Trichard, the coach, yesterday, and I know that the contracting window hasn't been open as yet, but they will certainly look at acquisitions for next season. Start looking at. Tele runs in. Asbrook, very organised batsman, he always seems to be in control of things. Picks up a single.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what movements happens after the season is over. And it'll be interesting to see what acquisitions the Knights bring on board.
Oh, no slip in position. And that's a welcome boundary for Ron Asbrook. Ooh, great bowling from Baneli Tele. Yeah, and it's great to see that that ball, which is 21 overs old, can still swing.
And even Rowan Asbrook had his hand on his head for that one.
Great comeback from Tele. Can I have a look at that one? Nathan, can you take us through that delivery?
Yeah, just coming back in sharply to Rowan Asbrook. Absolutely jaffa of a ball by Baneli Tele. He deserved a wicket.
It's good to see the bounce in the wicket.
The bounce in that wicket is held by all the grass that's been rolled in there, was left on and rolled in. makes for a great one-day wicket.
Alder in his last over. He does the fielding himself. And that single will bring up the 200 for the Flexbrand Knights in over number 44. Yeah, just as they collect another single, we really think that the Badgers has bowled quite well in the middle stages. The 100 comes up in the 21st over, and the 200 in the 25th over. 45th over. I will repeat that after this ball. As Hasbro collects another single, the 100 for the Knights came up in the 21st over, and then 200 in this, the 44th over. Alder has been extremely economical, and this is his last ball in his complement of 10 overs. Oh. And he ends with 10 overs, 1 for 38.
With 6 overs left, I think that 270, 280 that we've been talking about throughout this broadcast might be a little bit too far for the Knights here. I think they'll do well to get to 260 at this point.
Hasbrook is on 33 from 42. Panelli runs in, and it will be a single. Hit hard by Fledermaus. Will that one be cut off? No! Well played cut shot by Fledermaus. Drop short. He's quickly on that. And it's a 4. Backward point. Sail it to Fledermaus. Score now 207 for 5. Tidy fielding by the captain, George van Heerden. I really think he did exceptionally well to rally his troops today.
He's there to G his guys up, make sure that the guys are up for this game against the log leaders, especially on the back of 2 consecutive losses.
And he is up against quite a formidable outfit. Tidy fielding by Yassine Wali. Quickly moves towards his right. Stop that ball. Over ball. 45 overs gone. The score now 200. 209.
Yeah.
209 for 5.
Change of bowling from the commentary box in. Toby J. Trichter. Replacing Alder, who completed his quota of 10 overs. 5 overs left. Knights 209 for 5.
Yeah, as a chief executive officer, you always look at CEOs who played first-class cricket before. And the CEO of the Knights, Johan van Heerden, was part of a very successful Free State team of the 1990s and late 80s. And then Corrie van Zyl, who is currently the chief executive officer of Western Province Cricket. He also played with Johan van Heerden in a very same Free State team. And I've got it right. The only other chief executive officer that played first-class cricket is Heinrich Strydom, who played for the Dragons. He is currently deployed at KwaZulu-Natal. And of course then Wesley Colintianos, the chief executive officer of Eastern's Cricket, who's got a very healthy average of in the 40s. Richter in. Ooh. Well, they all count inside edge for 4. A swing and a edge by Fledermaus, and he will pick up a boundary.
I'll need at least 1 boundary per over here to post a competitive total, the Flexbrand Knights. With 4.4 overs left, there are 214 for 5.
Yeah, 10 per over from here would only get them to 259. I think they will feel like that will be a little bit below what they were looking at.
Another single there for Seth Fledermaus, taking his score to 16, and Rowan Hasbrook is on 45. there an edge with that ball? No, Andre Willefeuer is not doing the flamingo. So there was an edge to that as Osbrook moves to 37. Richter running in to Fledermaus, and then he pulled out. Airborne, just wide of Tblanch, but they'll come back for a second. It was a full toss there.
Nine from the 46 over so far. Last ball by Richter. Going to Fledermaus.
Short, that's big, that's very big, that's 6. That is a big hit from Fledermaus, and will the Knights take momentum here to push them beyond 250? Yeah, it's the first time that we see Fledermaus here at Oudtshoorn. We watched a bit of him on pitch vision. He certainly seems to be a very impressive prospect, Jason.
And certainly, the first time he's played here, he played with us here for the Cape Cobras in the 2019 Colts week, or rather our ill-fated Colts week where we played 5 and lost 5. He was part of our squad, played in that team. Very, very good cricketer. Since then, he moved up to the Free State to pursue his studies at the University of the Free State, and also played courts cricket that side, and now eventually for the Knights as well.
Talking about players from Cape Town that moved to Central South Africa as they come back for the second, that really elevate their game, and we saw one in the current World Cup playing for the United States of America, is a player with the name of Shadley van Schalkwyk. He really, after moving to the Eagles as they were called back then, and later the Knights, he took his game forward. Two 6 for 5. Will they come back for a second? No.
Timing on that one was just a little bit better than the previous.
This game has been well balanced. Can't really see who's really in charge here. I think 2 teams on equal keel here.
A good partnership building here, 40 runs for the 6th wicket. And move towards the offside. Well spotted by the bowler, and no run added to the total. Must remember that the Knights won the toss this morning, opted to have the bat first. Firmly hit, bring Carl Jacobs into play, and the batters will, or the batsmen, just easily run through for a single.
I went for the Knights after having won the toss and elected to bat first. The only disappointment will be all their batters have gotten themselves in, and no one has really kicked on and took charge of this game. That will be something that's a little bit concerning for the coaches.
Asbrook pushed that one towards the offside. And a single added to the total. Yeah, we refer to Jacques Snymans, who made 46, Isaac Dighale 30, Ruben Morea 32, and Pat Botha on 26. And Rohan Asbrook is currently on 29 from 47, and Fredermaus is on 24 from 18. So Fredermaus going then more of a runner ball. He's batting at a strike rate of 133, and in that 24 balls there was only 6 dots. So Richter, in spite of being very expensive in his previous over, he will bowl over number 48 from the commentary box end of the ground. The score now, $229 for 5. Airborne should be taken. Tidy fielding by the captain, running towards his left, and a very good catch taken by George van Heerden. His second catch, that's a vital wicket. The departure of Rohan Asbrook.
It's a very big wicket here for the Golden Root Badgers. Just when the Knights were looking to kick on here and finish strong. Dangerous. Rohan Asbrook departs for a well-played 49 of 50 balls. That's 41 of 50.
Yeah,
That's another one of the Flexbrands nice batters who's failed to kick on after getting a very good start.
yeah, I was about to echo what you said a few minutes ago, Jason. Asbrook made 41. He was also about to kick on and he lost his wicket. And a very good catch taken by the captain van Heerden, his second. And in comes Malusi Saboto. Well. He's also quite an experienced campaigner. This is his 141st match in this format. And yes, way back in the 2009-2010 season, when he was still playing for the Northwest Dragons, he scored 50 not out for the Dragons against the Boland in Paarl. Paul, I can tell you it was most probably a flat wicket on a hot day. Malusi will take that. And Richter will go around the wicket to the left-hander Saboto. He will be a key ingredient in the bowling attack of the visitors this afternoon. Airborne, but he's off the mark. As Liam Alder does the fielding on extra cover for the left-hander. Richter to Fledermaus is on 25. Well, I sense that if the Badgers can get the wicket of Fledermaus, they're in for a good chance to restrict the Knights to below 250.
Yeah, if you have to offer the Badgers that at the start of the day, they will take that with both hands. But they've bowled really well.
That one is not wired as Fledermaus walks over towards his right. Work for the captain, Georgie van Heerden. Van Heerden, of course, in his matric year, he was the head boy at Grey High School down in Gqeberha, also a school that is renowned for producing numerous great cricket players, and most notably, the player of the previous century, Graham Pollock. But nevertheless, our attention is back here at the recreation ground where Jade Richter, who picked up a wicket with his first ball of this over, is in to Saboto. And Saboto just putting that one in the vacant area in front of square on the onside. Fielding done by Carl Jacobs, and he will pick up a single. Yeah, it's interesting to note that the Knights has not included Johan van Dijk in their starting 11. He will carry the drinks this afternoon. Oh, well bowled by Richter. That's a very good Yorker length delivery. The throw from Benny Hansen is just wide.
That brings to the close the 48th over. Flexbrands Knights 233 for 6. Only 4 runs conceded in that last over.
A very good over bowl by Richter, and he picked up a wicket. That was the wicket of Ruan Hasbrook, who was caught straight forward after the captain George van Heerden again cover some 15 meters towards his left to hang on to the catch. Hasbrook made 41. And Sinto Ajiza will bowl the penultimate over of this innings. He has been expensive, but to his credit are 2 wickets.
Yeah, and if you take that one over there, Jock Snyman went after him out of his figures. He's bowled actually really well this afternoon.
There's a massive hack there from Fledermaus, but he picks up a single. Now, if you compare the run chase, and it's early days and not always relevant to compare, but I do however think that if you look at the bowling attack of the Knights and you compare that with the Northern Cape Heat, I think there's a little bit more penetration, experience and skill in that bowling attack.
Most definitely a very skilled and experienced bowling attack that the Knights have here. Saboto and Dane Pete leading that.
just dropped short of Carl Jacobs. It was one of those which was a dive forward was not on, he was too deep. Fradamos on strike. Machiza in. Airborne. Catch taken. A third wicket for Machiza. And Liam Alder did well to hang on to that one. Improvisation by Fradamos. He departs for 28. Also a good start, but he couldn't consolidate that into a bigger score. Yes, he was running out of time. And that's the 7th wicket gone. Fradamos caught Alder from the bowling of Machiza for 28. And once again, Machiza, he did well. He's in the wicket column again.
He's picked up wickets when it matters most. Just when the batters are looking to kick on, he finds something in his locker to break that partnership. An account for Seth Fiedermaus looked good for 28 from 24. And that brings the captain to the crease, Dave Pete. The Knights here will be happy with a minimum 250 here. 250, 255. That's still 20 runs away.
Yeah, from where they were 15 overs ago to where they find themselves now, I think they would be disappointed, but for now I think they will take 250, 255. 9 balls left in this innings. Pitt on strike and plays that one through covers, and it's a misfield and a gone for a boundary. What a way to get off the mark by the captain of the Knights. It's some very poor fielding there.
Some ordinary stuff there on the long off boundary there. Does well to cover that. Unfortunately knocks it onto the boundary.
Machiza in to Pitt, and they will come back for a second. Strong throw there from Richards. Nathan, I'm going to put you on the spot here after this over. Do you think this is enough runs? You haven't watched a lot of cricket here, but from the little bit that you watch here, you know the two teams.
I believe that if it was a different bowling attack, I would say that it's not enough. But my answer would be it might be. Depends on how the home team, the Garden Route batters, run between the wickets. Because we saw that played a very big role in the 19 innings. So running between the wickets and building of partnerships, then the Garden Route batters should be in with a chance here.
Yeah, I thought, I mean, after the first 20 overs where Snyman and Dekale was quite impressive, we saw Ruben Maria, that we might be in here for 275 at least. And I think the Badgers has done very well to restrict this to what looked to me be 250.
Garden Route batters can be very proud of their bowling effort this afternoon.
It's now for the batters to take the game by the scruff of the neck. well bowled by Richter. That will only be a single. And if you look at the current lock positions, it's definitely a must-win for the Badgers. In fact, of their 4 remaining matches, they will need to win at least 3 to stay in the hunt for a place in the playoffs. Remember, the team that finish on top, number 1, which the Knights are currently in a very good position, they will advance directly to a home final, and then 2 and 3 will be involved in a playoff match. We spoke about the evenness of the middle of the pools. Another single.
It's great execution here from Richter. 2 Yorkers. The first 2 balls of this over.
That'll be another single. Richter on the expensive side, he conceded 59 already, and this is his 9th over. Yes, he picked up a wicket out of Ruan Haasbroek. Scored 245 for 7. And that boundary, innovative, well executed by Saboto. It will runs over the 3rd man boundary for 4. And, well, that will definitely take the Knights past 150 with 2 balls left.
Great improvisation here. He adjusted very well, looking to go to the leg side, but doesn't get the required line and length. But it's still good enough to get that over short 3rd man for 4.
Richter into Saboto. Airborne. Van Heerden will take his 3rd catch of the day, and Richter will pick up his 2nd wicket. Good catch taken by George van Heerden. Yeah, it allows us also, as the next batsman will walk in, to summarize what happened this morning. Dane Pitt, the captain of the Flexbrands Knights, has won the toss. And on a sunny autumn day, Oudtshoorn elected to have a bat first. We saw a very good opening stand of 82 between Isaac de Gale and Jacques Snyman. De Gale was the first to depart for 30. Jacques Snyman made 46. He was trapped late before by Majiza. The left-handed 19-year-old Ruben Maria 32. Cole Abrams 19. Patrick Botha made 26. Ruan Haasbroek 41. And Seth Fredermaus made 28. We just saw the departure of Saboto. And the new batsman that walks in is Sitembise Langa, a man who made his provincial debut for Limpopo. And I think this is about his 3rd season now with the Flexbrands Knights. He comes into the crease and he's got 1 ball to negotiate, and almost probably, if he gets bat on ball and not being dismissed, take the Knights to 250. Richter in to Langa, and that is a bye. So the total then exactly 250. From the bowling side, Banele Tere conceded 42 runs from his 10 overs. Yes, he bowled 4 wides. Richter take 2 for 63 to 2 for 36, Alder 1 for 38 from 10. Majiza the pick, 3 for 58 from 8. Peko Molatsane, I thought he would bowl his full complement of 10 overs. He was very economical, 1 for 34 in his 8. And Carl Jacobs, 1 for 17 and 5. Now the big question to my fellow commentators, Nathan, will this be enough?
I would say running between the wickets for the Garden Route badges is going to be key here this afternoon. So with the experience of the Flexbrands Knights bowlers, it might be, but the Garden Route badges home side, don't count them out. I think they stand a very good chance this afternoon.
Well, to stay in this competition, Jason, the bowlers has did their job, and now it's up to the batters of the men in green to take them over the line.
Yeah, I think the men will have to be very clear around how do they want to approach their innings against this very experienced Knights bowling attack. I think especially against Malusi Siboto, who will just look to hit the stumps and the spin of Dane Pete. If they play those two bowlers well, they can look to put the other bowlers under a little bit of pressure and look to get themselves the win here against the log leaders, the Flexbrand Knights.
So we will join you after the lunch interval with the news that the Garden Route badges need 251 to win here today and to stay in this competition.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2.
To the recreation ground. The Garden Route Badgers in pursuit of 251 runs to win against the Flexbrands Knights. Mhlanga to start us off. Dot ball to mid wicket. Yasin Valley gets off the mark, knocks one down to mid wicket for a quick single. It'll be very important for the Garden Route Badgers that they keep on rotating strike. They do not get stuck on the one side. And by the looks of things, for the Flexbrands Knights, it will be spin for them. As during the break, we've got some feedback from some of the players that the wicket might be playing a little bit on the slow side. So spin will play a very important role, which will then beg the question whether the Garden Route Badgers left too many overs or spin on the park. But we'll have to wait and see after both teams have had a full bet on this wicket as to whether that will have any difference at all or not. Our batters will come back from the break. Lunch.
It was quite good, thank you. It's going to be a very interesting run chase here. I just had a brief chat with the coach of the Knights, JP Trichard, and he feels that if they bowl well and they field well, this will be enough runs. But that's why we're here. We will wait and see what happens in the course of the afternoon.
Yeah, that one is just pitched too short there, and Tblanch just dealt with it appropriately. That's the first boundary for the Garden Route Badgers. 5 for no loss after the first over.
Well, even more spin from the commentary box end of the ground, Jacques Snyman. Yeah, a good start for the Badgers in that opening over. If we look at comparative scores, to be on track, I think the Badgers would like to at least be close or equal to the Knights. After 10 overs, they were 44 without loss. And more importantly, to restrict the number of wickets lost in these opening overs. Snyman to Yasin Valley, who's on strike. Straight to the fielder. Also straight to the fielder. In the gully.
Yeah, it's an interesting ploy here from the Knights. Employing out spin from both ends to start the innings. And the inside edge there. Yasin Valley just hitting the inside half of his bat. So we felt like the Garden Route Badgers left a few overs of spin out there, and Knights feel like they're going to capitalize with this.
Yeah, they've got quality spin with Mbongi Mhlanga and Jacques Snyman, and of course their main strike bowler, I think, is a spinner with the name of Jane Pitt. Tblanch on strike. Got two fielders out on the boundary, mid wicket, and long on, and Tblanch hit that one out in the covers. He will pick up a couple. taking the score to 9 without loss. Now, Rowan Osbrook is wearing the gloves and the red helmet. So that's 2 overs gone. The total now 9 without loss. And Mbongi Mhlanga will continue from the Freda Street end of the ground. Talking about leaving spin, Peko Malatsani, he bowled 8 overs. He was very economical. Well bowled by Mhlanga. Charlie bowling from Mhlanga. He only conceded 5 runs thus far. There was, of course, that boundary. The scores will be updated soon on your screen. And like in the innings of in on, and the fielder from the mid-wicket boundary comes in and does the fielding. It's Patrick Botha. And that will be 4 runs for Yasin Wali.
That's well played by Yasin Vali to get his first boundary of this inning.
And the second of the Gardenwood Badgers batting innings. That one is pierced through the gap. I doubt it if it will reach the boundary. It will not. It's been cut off there. And Buddy collects a couple.
Yeah, this is good intent by the Gardenwood Badgers. Although the Knights employing spinners from both ends, they're not allowing the spinners to bog them down.
Abrams does the fielding and to end the over. So it is now 3 overs gone. The Badgers 13 without loss. That's a great shot by Yasin Vali. Through extra cover for 4. That's his trademark shot, and he picks up a boundary. Again, good running between the wickets. There's 1-2 square leg. And he collects a single as the captain, Dane Pitt, does the fielding. Straight to the fielder, Dane Pitt. He's on point, he does the fielding, and it's a dot ball. And that one will go all the way for 6. Over square leg. It's a big hit by Tblanch, and he collects a maximum as he deposits that over the boundary. Vital runs for the Badgers in his run chase. Out too long off, and it will be a single for Tblanch, taking the score to 45 without loss after 7 overs.
A very good over by the Garden Route Badgers, with 13 runs. That might force the captain's hand in going away from the spin approach for a few overs, just to get a little bit of control on this power play. I think the approach to go spin up front with a wicket that's playing a little bit slow, I think it's a very good approach. But Mhlanga has not been able to back up what's expected of him from the captain. And credit to Vali and Tblanch, they've batted well. Vali looking for one to spin away from him, just to get a little bit of room. Stamon clamps him up. I don't think you'll look to spin much past the outside edge. I'll look to bring the stumps more into play now.
Half-hearted appeal there.
There's more bat than pad on that occasion. See the offside being reinforced in the covers.
Slug sweep attempt there from Vali from outside off. No proper connection made. This one is hit into the gap on the leg side, and Valley will collect a single end of the over.
And that's 8 overs bowled. So Gardenwood badge is going well here at this stage. 47 for no loss after 8 overs. So just going just under 83 over, 60 over.
And we will see a bowling change from the Freda Street end of the ground. Sitembise Langa. He will replace Mbongi Mhlanga. Oh, and Langa immediately asked a question. Roan Hasbrook is the wicket keeper. On first slip is Jacques Snyman. And that's wide. Edge, there's work to be done. And it will run away for 4. No, it's stopped. Just behind the side screens. Very good work down there by Isaac Dikhale, running around from fine leg. And he did well to save a boundary there. I can't recall any drop catches when the Badgers were fielding.
No, there were no drop catches that I can think of myself.
Tblanch, a former SA Under-19 player, hails from the Boland where he made his first class debut, and he attended school at Powerplay Gymnasium in Stellenbosch, more renowned for a rugby school. Straight to the fielder, firmly hit. Yeah, I said more renowned for a rugby school. Previous SA Schools captain or SA Schools player attended school in the maroon blazer of Powerplay Gymnasium, and his name is Riley Norton. That's into the gap. They will definitely come back for a second. No, they only settled for a single. That's strange. Good fielding there. Seems to be if it's Cole Abrams who does the fielding. Clever bowling by Sitembise Langa, end of the over, and the score now, that's also the 50 that's up. The Gardenwood Badgers 50 without loss after 9 overs. Badgers will very much be dependent on their strong opening stand here from Valley and Tblanch. That is exactly what happened. There was 180 runs opening partnership between these two when the Badgers surpassed that 273 against the Northern Cape Heat a weekend ago here in Oudtshoorn. Snyman will continue to Tblanch. He finds the gap. He also finds the young Ruben Marie, who runs in and does the fielding. And that is very good running. A stretch there by Tblanch. No, it's by Valley. 52 without loss now. Should be 53 without loss.
It's very good work between Valley and Tblanch, keeping up with the rate while also not taking any risks.
I think that will be the game plan or the batting plan. They are experienced players and they should know how to construct this innings in a quest for 251, which will keep them in the hunt here in this competition. The Knights unbeaten, they played 3, they won all 3 by bonus points, so they're topping the lock at 15 points. Snyman will bowl the last over of the power play. Ooh, that one almost sneaked through.
And that's the end of the power play. The Garden Route Badgers 55 for no loss after 10. At the same stage, the Flexbrands Knights was 44 for no loss. So the Garden Route Badgers will be very happy with that power play, batting at a run rate of 5.5 to the over. That seems like Langa will continue from the Freda Street end. Very interesting ploy by the Knights to go spin both ends at the start. Probably had to go see him a little bit earlier because the batters got used to the spinners. It's not a bad ploy at all. Langa to Valley. It's been good running by these two. And that is overthrows.
That will be overthrows. That's bonus runs for the Badgers. Casual footwork there by Dane Pitt. But he prevents that one goes over the boundary and they will pick up 3. Oh, sorry.
And the batters just settled for the 1 run there as that ball ricocheted off Valley's bat. Good sportsmanship, they just decided to stick to that one. Through mid-wicket for 2 runs here by Tblanch. Yasin Valley took a knock on the knee there from that throw. Looks like it's good to go. Does it need any running repairs here, Mr. Vali? Well, that's Aaron down the leg side there, but it's Tblanch for his first wide of the. And the current root badgers are 60 for no loss after 11.
Yeah, thanks for that comprehensive analysis of runs conceded, spin versus pace. And we will see another bowling change. And that's the introduction of Malusi Saboto from the commentary box end of the ground. Well, he's a very experienced campaigner, around the block for quite a while. And he's right on the money from the first ball. Into the pocket. Then Pitt does the fielding, but Tblanch will collect a single. Yeah, Malusi Saboto will turn 39 in August this year. So he has been around the block for many seasons on the cricket South Africa domestic first class circuit. On strike is Yasin Vali. He's on 23. And that's a swing and a miss. He was eyeing that vacant area over extra cover, which is his favorite area to score runs. Good line and length there by Saboto. The score now 61 without loss. Saboto to Vali. He works that one just behind square on the leg side. And that's an easy single for Yasin Vali. Vali, of course, the captain in the red ball format for the Garden Route Badgers. And Malusi Saboto, if my memory serves me correct, he captained the Knights in the red ball format as well. Straight to the bowler. End of a tidy over. The score 60 without loss, as Saboto only conceded 2 runs in his opening over. And I can assume that Langa will continue from the Freda Street end here at the ground. It was a good opening stand between Isaac Dichale and Jacques Snyman. They lost their first wicket in the 16th over, 82, and Langa will continue from the Freda Street end.
Yasin Vali on strike. Play that one wide of third man for a single. Some good fielding by Isaac Dichale on third man. A very good start here by the Garden Route Badgers, the home side. Currently 63 without loss. Tblanch on strike. And that's on the legs, just glances down to fine leg. Isaac Dichale does the fielding. Gives it down for 1, and that's a leg by. So the 4 fielders out for Langa in the second power play. Third man in fine leg, deep square, and a sweeper on the offside, deep point. That ball just being run away down to third man again. This is good rotation by these 2 batters. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Just putting the unbeaten Flexbrand Knights fielders but under pressure. Langa to Tblanch, 4 singles in the over so far, and that trend continues. That one's just worked the square leg for a single. As much as it's good batting so far by the openers of the home team, it's been good bowling and fielding. Fielding side is on their toes. Try and close the ball in very quickly on it. The boundary fielders is about 5 to 10 meters in as well.
It's not giving that opportunity for 2. Valley on strike. And that's good fielding. Very tight there on backward point. That brings to... There's still 1 more ball left in this over. The 13th over of the Garden Route Badgers innings. Very good energies as well out here in the middle. And that one is just tucked into square leg, vacant square leg area for a single. That will bring to the close the 13th over. Garden Route Badgers 67 without loss. Going very well here, this opening partnership. As we've mentioned earlier, in the first game here versus Northern Cape Heat, had a massive partnership, opening partnership. And if that trend continues, the home side will be well on their way for a second consecutive victory at home.
Malusi Siboto to continue from the commentary box end with Valley on strike. Starts off with a dot ball. And if you compare the 2 teams at the stage, the Garden Route Badgers were 69, or rather the Knights, Flexbrand Knights were 69 for no loss after 13, and the Garden Route Badgers are 67 without loss. So nothing separates the 2 teams at this stage in time. Great shot by Valley over extra cover for 4. Great use of the feet. Gets down the wicket, gets close to the pitch of the ball, and is able to play a beautiful shot over extra cover. It's one of his trademark shots. Good comeback there by Malusi, staying on the stumps on this occasion. The Badgers are firmly in this game. Good control of this run chase by this opening pair. They have been very effective for their team in all formats at the top of the order. Good batting by Valley. Tucks this around the corner to find leg for 1. Big shot by Tblanch. Again, he gets beaten on the inside. Just looking to go over that mid-off, who's tight. He's tight in the ring there. Looking to stop any signals there in front of him. Big shout there by Siboto. Umpire not interested. I think that might have been going over the stumps. Possibly. It's a very good shout to end the over.
Yeah, if we look at the 2 teams, the Badgers, very fortunate. They can field their strongest possible team. No injuries, but notably for the Knights, Tiaan van Vuuren, who is a crucial player in the side has been ruled out due to injury, hasn't even made the trip. And then also, as we mentioned earlier, Gian Kluter, who has injured his ankle yesterday during the warm-ups in a soccer game. So Dane Pitt has been introduced into the attack. He is the strike bowler this season for the Knights. Picked up 7 wickets thus far this season. And there's a swing, slog sweep there from Yasin Valley. Aim to hit that one over mid-wicket. And no connection made through to the keeper. Yeah, I just sense that the bowling spell from Dane Pitt will be crucial from a Knight's point of view. Very, very experienced campaigner. Work for Mbongi Mhlanga. He's on the circle at fine leg. And a very good start for Dane Pitt as he bowled a maiden over. We saw one maiden over in the Knights innings, which was bowled by Peko Moletsane. And that is the end of the 15th over. The score now 72 without loss.
A very solid start by the home side. 72 without loss after 15 overs. At the same stage, Flexbrands Knights was 75 without loss. So neck on neck here at this stage. Malusi supported to continue. That one is pulled away straight to the fielder. At mid-wicket. Starts off with a dot ball. It's a lot of experience in this bowling attack, especially the two that is occupying the commentary box end in the Freda Street end. That one is pulled over wide mid on. And they will come back for a couple of runs. Dane Pitt does the fielding. It's a good hard length there by Saboto. So that's why it hit the splice off the bat instead of the middle of Tblanch's bat, who's been looking good so far this afternoon as well. Going at almost run a ball. That's brilliant running. That one is just placed down to mid-on for a quick single between these two batters. We've mentioned earlier that the running will be very important in this chase, and these two have been living up to that at this moment. Saboto just changing his angle to Yasin Valley, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Fine leg just moves a bit wider as well. That one goes straight to deep square leg for a single. And as much as the fielders have a lot of running around with left-right combinations, they're umpires as well. It doesn't help if there's a single every ball. Supported to Tblanch. It's a very good heart length. Some pace off it, look like that. It's a very good opening stand between Ruan Tblanch and Yasin Valley. Currently on 76. That one is just played to a short square leg area for a single. There's good rotation between Yasin Valley and Ruan Tblanch. Just making sure they're keeping the Knights fielders on their toes as well. That's 16 overs bowled, 77 without loss.
Over mid off for the first run scored off Dane Peen's bowling in the second over. That's 2 runs to Ruan Tblanch. Bit of a mess head, same area, wide mid off, same result.
It's not pretty, but it's effective.
Yeah, as much as he's not getting a hold of it, it's good to see that he's got the right intent in trying to score. Knocked down to short third man for a dot ball. Langer does the fielding. And the Badgers are keeping well with the rate. They're not letting it get out of control. Over mid off. There's plugs in the outfield for 2. That's another 17th, 85 for no loss.
Jason, a very good start here by the Badgers. Wicket column still clean, and I could say that the run rate or the run chase is quite on track here.
I think they've got it under control. As much as the Flexbrands Knights were a few runs ahead at this point, just because they haven't lost any wicket, they should be favoured at this point in time.
It's still early days, still plenty of cricket to be played, and Mbongi Mhlanga, who opened the bowling, will continue from the commentary box end. He conceded 20 runs in his first 4 overs, and he will bowl over number 18. And on strike, as it is exactly 3 o'clock, is Yassine Valley. He is on 34. Good placement from Valley, and he gets a single. The Badgers very fortunate this season with very limited injuries. Jade Richter was sidelined for a while, but all the other players fit and ready to go. As I said, the Knights with two of their key players, Gian Kluter and Tian van Vuren. As Dane Pitt drops back from mid-on, approximately 20 yards from the boundary. Tblanch will pick up another single. Takes his score to 48. Just to remind our viewers that the scores on the overlays on your screen is not correct. Our technicians are working on to update that. So the score now 87 without loss, with Tblanch on 48 and Valley on 35. And Wally will stay on 35 as he plays this one to mid-wicket where the fielding has been done. Bit of improvisation, but straight to the fielder. No run added to the total. Mhlanga to Valley, and in the gap. And there are plenty of gaps for singles, Jason.
Yes, I think in the middle overs, with 4 fielders out on the boundary, that provides the batters with a few more opportunities to rotate strike.
A very effective game plan at this point in time. Tblanch goes big. This will go all the way. It's a maximum over long on for 6. A wideish long on. And Tblanch moves to his 50. Well played, Ruan Tblanch. And that one ends the over. His 50 come from 62 minutes and 54 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes.
Tblanch muscled that ball over long on for a massive 6. Takes the total of Garden Route Badgers to 94 without loss. Dane Pitt will continue from the Frere Street end. Valley on strike, just pushes that one down too long off for a single. Garden Route Badgers putting the Knights under pressure here this afternoon. Dot ball, that one hit straight back to Dane Pitt. This is an excellent start here by Garden Route Badgers. Dane Pitt to Tblanch. That one just worked down to square leg for a single. Very good single. Very good backup there as well by the Knights fielders. Bit to volley, going down to square leg just for a single. Some very good rotation by the Garden Route Badgers opening batters. Tblanch playing that one down to long on for another single. And does look like the strategy is to just play out bit at this stage. And that's an outside edge down to short third man. It's a good run again by Tblanch and Valley. That will also bring to the end the over as well. Very good over for the home side with 6 singles coming from that over.
Mhlanga starts off with a dot ball. The 20th over. Half-hearted appeal here from Mhlanga. Umpire Holyfield signals leg buys. And the leg buys brings the 100 partnership between Tblanch and Valley. It's much better line and length there from Mhlanga. I think that's where he needs to stay. Just tuck the batters up a little bit and give them any width or length for them to work with. As I say that, he overcorrects and he goes wide. Easy pickings for Tblanch. 1 run. That's it, down to third man for 2 runs from Valley. Great shot by Yasin Valley over extra cover for 6. Mhlanga has been put under pressure from the moment he came onto bowl in the power play and is continuing into the second power play as the Garden Route Badgers move to 109 for no loss after 20 overs. That's 10 runs taken off that Mhlanga over. The Knights have to find a solution somewhere to try and break this partnership.
Yeah, the captain, Dane Pitt, will be hoping to see the back of either one of these 2 batters sooner rather than later. Well, Tblanch has scored plenty of runs in that area, and he will come back for a second. Yeah, the Knights has been very dominating this season in Division 2 as we watch Dane Pitt. And Tblanch will pick up a single. Straight to the fielder. Yeah, it's 12 years since Dane Peters made, almost 12 years, his international debut in 2014 for South Africa and Zimbabwe. And that is the bread and butter shot of Yasin Valley, but it will be fielded very tightly there by the sweeper. Looked like Flattermouse that's on the sweeper out on the offside. And the players will take drinks after $114 without loss after 21 overs. And we will join you again after the drinks break. Just to recap what happened earlier today. The Knights won the toss. They scored 250 with Jacques Snyman the top scorer. Many batters got off to a good start and they failed to convert it into big scores. In the run chase currently, the Badgers, after 21 overs, 114 without loss. Saboto into his 4th over. He has conceded 14 runs thus far. And that will be wired by umpire Williams. And that means that Saboto will need to bowl an extra ball. Firmly hit. And that's 4 runs. Bit of a misfield there. Misjudgment of the ball. And he will pick up a boundary. Isaac Dikhale missing out on an opportunity there. And that was the closest that the Knights has got to a breakthrough this afternoon. And that one is not wired by the umpire. And that's the end of the over.
Garden Route Badgers 123 without loss after 23 overs. So very good start by the home team in the chase of 251. Both openers getting half centuries. But that is testament to their brilliant batting, running between the wickets. Snyman to continue. Wali just dragging that one. It's a dot ball to mid-wicket. It's another dot ball. It's good bowling by Jock Snyman. Busy with his 7th over. 6.2 overs, no maidens. Note for 31. That's good fielding from his own bowling. Another dot ball, 3 dot balls. Flexbrands Knights bowlers need to create some pressure on the Garden Route Badgers because these two are looking very comfortable. That one is straight, but just going down leg there. Didn't seem like there was any grip and turn. Ball was just going on. That one just going down. Good call by the umpire. Jock Snyman. Very good over so far. 5 dot balls. Can he close out the over? There's no pressure on the Garden Route Badgers. And there is the single being punched through the offside to the sweeper. And they get through for a single. 1 run from the over. 124 for no wicket. After 24 overs, Garden Route Badgers well and truly in control of this chase.
They are well and truly in control of this chase. The Knights don't seem to have any ideas where that first wicket is going to come from. Shot down to 3rd man for Vali. I think at halfway we thought with a spin complement that the Knights possess, that would have made this chase interesting or a little bit difficult for the Garden Route Badgers. But these two at the crease, Yasin Valian and Tblanch, have made light work of this chase so far, as they are 125 in the 25th over. It's great running again to come back for two, down to third man. Sorry, to fine leg rather. Just missed out there, trying to heave that to the mid-wicket boundary. I think the Garden Route Badgers' approach to that first power play, in that they didn't allow for the spinners, especially Mhlanga, to settle. That gave them a bit of a caution coming into the second power play, where they're going at a good rate. And have probably forced the Flexbrand Knights to change their approach or their thinking to how they would have liked to go with spin heavy in trying to defend this total of 250 runs. Good shot out onto the leg side to close off this over. Good over by Malusisi Water, only going for 4 runs. At the halfway point, Garden Route Badgers 128 for no loss.
Yeah, and very important is that they've reached the halfway mark now, and the Badgers need less runs required than what they currently have on the scoreboard. They are 127 without loss. They need 124 to take this one over the line. And Jacques Snyman will continue from the commentary box. End of the ground, into Tblanch, comes down the wicket. Good fielding there, good energy levels by the captain Dane Pitt, setting the example, but he's preventing only a single there. He goes big, and this will go all the way for 6. Ron Tblanch picking up a maximum here as he deposited it over long on good connection made there by Tblanch with that boundary. Oh, there's a bit of an outside edge there, but he will not say thank you and pick up another single. Taking the score to 100 and 34 for no loss. Forward defensive by Valley. Dead ball, over bowled.
Garden Route Badgers 135 without loss. A very good previous over there for the home side. Just stamping the authority down on this run chase now. Tblanch and Yasin Valley. Tblanch into the 70s. Malusi Soboto to continue from the Freda Street end. And that one is pulled away and it's a drop catch. That went down Langa's throat and straight through his fingers. It's a second missed opportunities in this match overs from Malusi Soboto. The Knights aren't doing themselves any favors. We are in the 27th over, 26.1 overs. Garden Route Badgers 139 without loss. Soboto to Tblanch. And that's just played with very soft hands and a very good running. That ball hit the wicket. They turn it to come back for a second. And it's just all going the way of the Garden Route Badgers at this stage. It's been a very beautiful day to watch and to commentate cricket this afternoon in Oudtshoorn at the recreational ground. And the Garden Route Badgers will be looking to put the cherry on top of the cake. There's still a while to go. There's still quite a few runs to get, but they look firmly in control of this run chase. Soboto to Tblanch, and that one is lofted over the vacant cowl corner area. They'll turn around for a couple. That takes the score to 143 for no loss. And it's another massive partnership between Yasin Valley and Tblanch. That ball is just worked off the legs by Tblanch for a single. The vacant short fine leg area. Well, at this moment there's a lot of hands on hips for the visitors. There's not a lot of confidence at this stage, but we all know what a wicket or two would do. Yasin Valley on strike, facing Soboto. Short, just worked down to fine leg for a single. And it's another very good over for the Garden Route Badgers. 27 overs bowled, 145 for no loss.
Snyman to start his 9th over. Big shot there by Vali. Snyman was excited there for a moment. Only thought there was an edge. Well, that was put down by the keeper. Vali comes down the wicket and he clears middle and goes all the way for 6. He's made his intent shown here in the first 2 balls. The first ball miscued. The second one, he gets hold of it and it goes all the way for 6 over long on. And with that shot, that brings the 150 up in this partnership. Was beaten in the air there, but he was good enough to readjust and just run that down to third man for 2 runs. I think the message is clear here from the Garden Route Badgers, from how they started this over, and they might have that bonus point in mind here. With 97 more runs to get, it is very much possible for the Garden Route Badgers to push for that bonus point and get the score inside of 40 overs. Back shot to the leg side. That's over the square leg boundary for 6 for Tblanch to end the 28th over. That takes the score to 160 for no loss after 28 overs. The Garden Route Badgers firmly on the charge here. This opening pair is making light work of this chase of 250 runs. Only 91 more runs to win for the Garden Route Badgers.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. You refer to that bonus point. If we currently look at the lock standings, with plenty of teams in contention for that 3rd position and even the 2nd position, I don't think it'll be far-fetched to set their sights on reaching the target within 40 overs. Just work out that they will need to bat around about 12 per over for the remaining 12 overs to get in with a bonus point win. But I think at the back of their minds, the 2 players out there will know that the job hasn't been done as yet. You know, that's a great shot from Yasin Vali. He clears the boundary. No, he doesn't. It just bounces in front of the boundary rope, and 4 more runs to Vali, taking his total to 70. That is his trademark shot over long off for 4. Langa to Vali and run down to third man, where the fielding has been done by Mbongi Mhlanga, and it will not prevent a single. Find a gap in the offside and he'll pick up a single. Well, the score now 164 without loss, Vali on 66 and Tblanch is on 90. We do understand that there are some internet connection problems with regard to the updated score. And we as commentators will try to keep you up to date. Just a reminder that the score that's currently on your screen is incorrect. The score now 162 without loss. Pardon, 165 without loss. And Tblanch will pick up another boundary. That's 4 runs, taking the score to 170, 169, and move Tblanch to 94. A bit of confusion. Tblanch should be on 95. Tblanch is on 95. We're busy with the 29th over. It's a pull shot in front of square, and they will settle for the single, and there's a misfield, and Tblanch will move to 97. And that's the end of the 29th over. The score 173 without loss.
The Gardens Route Badge is absolutely cruising at this stage. And it does seem like Rowan Tblanch is starting to open up and free his arms. A massive 173 run partnership between Yasin Vali and Rowan Tblanch. Rowan Tblanch 3 runs short of another century. It will be back to back at home. Jacques Snyman to continue from the commentary box end with his final over of his spell. He will be bowling to Yasin Vali and he slog sweeps to Kyle corner, and it's another boundary. Yasin Vali himself moving into the 70s. That takes the score to 177 for no loss. We are busy with the 30th over. That's brilliant cricket by Yasin Vali. Got the boundary and then the single. Just dropping it to square leg for a single. And Rowan Tblanch Plays that one straight over long off for a 6, and that will take him to another 100. 103 coming from just 89 deliveries. A brilliant innings by the Garden Route Badgers opening batter. Back-to-back home hundreds. Take a bow, Ruan Tblanch. That has been a brilliant innings. He has changed gears from the previous over. And he continues. That one is massive over long on for back-to-back sixes. He's absolutely climbing into Jock's Neyman at this stage. They are chasing that bonus point. Garden Route Badgers 192 without loss, 29.4 overs, needing 61 more runs for victory. Jock's Neyman, Ruan Tblanch, and just punches that one down to long on. A bit anticlimax there. But it's good cricket by Ruan Tblanch, just stretching that hammy. Just making sure it's not a repeat of a couple of weeks ago. Garden Route Badgers needs him to stay out there. Jock's Neyman to Yasin Valley final ball. And just push that one to point for a dot ball. And that will be the 30th over bowled. Garden Route Badgers 191 for no loss. Needing 60 runs for victory.
Yeah, and that also breaks the previous highest first wicket partnership in the history of List A cricket for the Garden Route Badgers. The previous one was set up a few days ago between the same two openers when they scored 185 against the Northern Cape Heat, and a very well constructed partnership and innings by these two experienced openers. Tblanch is on 110, Valley on 73, and to take us through the next over, which will be bowled by, it seems that Sitembise Langa will bowl the next over. Over to fellow commentator Jason Mashanganyi.
Thank you, Albertus. I think there's two openers that have broken the back of this chase. There's only one winner in this, and that is the home team, the Garden Route Badgers. With 60 more runs to get in the next 10 overs for them to win by a bonus point. That is well and truly on the cards. Langa to Tblanch from the Fira Street end with long off and long on the boundary and square leg. And sweep on the offside.
Very half-hearted appeal there.
Yes, leg buys. This partnership has been great for the Garden Route Badgers. I mentioned at the start of this chase just how well these two have done for the Badgers at the top of the order in all formats. It's a great stop by Mhlanga at short third man. He saves a set and 4 there. We were here 11 days ago when Ruan Tblanch and Yasin Valley put on 185 runs for the opening partnership, which was the highest score or the highest opening partnership at the recreational ground, and also the highest first wicket partnership in this season's 50 over competition, Division 2. and they've broken that, as they are currently 194 in the 31st over. Back shot to the leg side by Vali. Work done by Snyman. Keeps it down to 1. The Badgers are so far ahead of the game at this stage. If we compare to where the Knights were at the end of the 30th over, the Knights were 138 for 3, and the Garden Route Badgers were 191 for no loss. Back shot to the leg side. Should come back for 2. And safely make it home. 2 runs added to the score. Let's see that required run rate now sits at 2.8. At the start of this chase, it was just a tad over 5. That's just how well this pair has went about chasing down. There's relatively easy target as it seems now. At halfway, look challenging. Welcome dot ball to end the over for Langa. The score now sits at 197 for no loss after 31.
Yeah, 197 without loss. A magnificent run chase with the major player here, Tblanch. He received very good support from Yasin Valley. And what seems almost impossible, that bonus point is now very much within their reach. We've got 9 more overs to reach that, and they need 54 runs to achieve that. And things seems to be under control. Tblanch, not flawless. He was put down when he was in the 80s. Dane Piet continues. It will only be a single. Tblanch on 113. He will stay on 113. It's airborne, but it should be safe as Ruben Maria runs in and does the fielding. Well, for understandable reasons, the body language of the Knights is not looking good. They arrived here unbeaten. The only match that they've lost this season was against the Eastern Cape and Yati in a T20 match during a T20 competition. And cricket is a funny old game, but they're very likely to pick up another defeat here, their second defeat of the season, as Yasin Valley, his bread and butter shot through extra cover for 4. And that also brought up the 200 for the Garden Route Badgers. 203, and that came in the 32nd over. bonus point victory here will take the Garden Route Badgers to 9 points, so they will be in the 4th position together with the Eastern Cape and Yati, which will be their next fixture next week. Valley goes over extra cover. Work for Ruben Maria. He does the fielding, and they will come back for a second. Very good running. A magnificent 200 opening stand here between these two, and that's the end of the over. Tblanch on 114 from 97 balls, and Valley is on 82 from 95.
Garden Route Badgers well and truly have that bonus point in sight. It just looks like there will be some treatment for Yasin Valley. Then Flexbrands Knights coach JP Triggered. Just a quick glance there on your screen. You won't be happy with what has transpired this afternoon. But on the other hand, the Garden Route Badgers will be ecstatic of what's happening at this stage. And just to give you an idea, Garden Route Badgers went to 150 in 27.2 overs, and they reached 203 for no loss in the 31.4th over. So that's less than 4 overs that they've scored 52 runs. So they have made their mind clear. 46 more runs needed. 8 overs left, so 48 balls. So for the bonus point, needing less than run a ball. Yasin Valley had some running repairs. Does look like he is good to continue. Malusi Saboto will continue for the Flexbrands Knights from the Freire Street end. $205 for no loss after 32 overs. A game within a game. 8 overs. 8 overs left. 46 runs needed for the Garden Route Badgers for that bonus point. That is just onto the legs. It looks like it will be a leg by. And we can't emphasize it enough. It's been brilliant running between the wickets, making sure the scoreboard kept on ticking for the Garden Route Badgers. And when it mattered, and these two openers started freeing up their arms, and they've looked comfortable whole afternoon. That ball is just run down to third man by Yasin Valley for another single. There's just some cricket players walking behind the bowler's arm. I think that's a fine. That should be a fine. Supported to Tblanch, just working it off his legs to deep square for another single.
Yeah, I think there should be a few fines tonight. all in all, and a few celebrations. That is the bitter and the sweet of this wonderful game of cricket.
Saboto to Vali. Tried to drop and run that one. He was just had some running repairs and he wants to take that quick single. Yasin Vali has also looked brilliant this afternoon. He is in the 80s, 83 of 97 deliveries. Well on his way, hopefully, without the commentating curse, on his way to another 100. Another dot ball there by Malusi Saboto. $208 for no loss, 32.5 overs. Current run rate for the Garden Route Badgers is at 6.4. Batting well over a run a ball. So I'm going to leave Saboto to Vali. So I'm going to leave my next colleague with a question. That's a dot ball to end the over. 208 for no loss after 33 overs. If you are Dane Pitt and the Knights, where do you go from here?
Hopefully into the wickets column. I think it's been a tough outing in this bowling inning. They've been thoroughly outplayed by Yasin Vali and Tblanch. And some days you just don't have the answers. Just have to put your hand up, say, well played. But I still feel spin could have been their main weapon on the day. But they ran into some great batting between this pair. They were never allowed to settle into their spells, especially Mhlanga up front. And they just carried that momentum through their batting inning. I think at the moment it's about just taking lessons into the next games. Great shot here by Yasin Vali. Great improvisation to run that down to third man for 4 runs. Made up his mind early that was the area that he was going to access. And he gets a good result for that shot. I think hindsight is always a perfect science. Say maybe in the power play they could have went seam spin. But if you checked how the Garden Route Badgers went with their spin bowling, let's see another great shot here. Pass point for 4 runs from Yasin Vali. That takes him to 91. It's very good batting. I think back to the point about spin. I think if you're going on the evidence of the Garden Route Badgers having neutralized spin for 23 overs and only going at an economy of 3.8, I think that is evidence enough to say if you bowl well enough on this wicket, as a spin complement, you are able to control and still pick up some wickets. But I don't think the Knights bowled well enough to actually challenge the Garden Route Badgers. I think it's been easy for the Badgers to be able to pick up boundaries and rotate strike at will. As you see, the end of that 34th over, the Badgers are 218 for no loss.
Yeah, to win here by a bonus point, the Badgers still require 33 runs, and they've got 6 more overs left to achieve that. And I don't think personal milestones will be that important. If you look at the first prize of a bonus point here, but Yasin Vali is on 92, and he will be motivated and desperate to also celebrate a few cold ones tonight on another century. Saboto to Vali. That's good fielding. We spoke about it earlier, the inability of the likes of Snyman, Ruben Maria and Ruan Hasbrook, who all started off well, and they just failed to consolidate and to convert that into big scores. The Badgers bowlers, in hindsight, and after evaluating their bowling performance today, they will be quite happy with the commitment to break partnerships and to pick up wickets at vital stages during the night's batting innings. And Vali will be picking up another single there. And the man who does the fielding is Seth Flattermouse. Also a batter who was well set today, and he just couldn't convert a good start. Saboto to Tblanch, who's on 116. It's wired by umpire Williams. Still tight lines bowled by Saboto. He's a very experienced campaigner over the years. As he walks back to his mark. Tblanch will pick up another single, taking his total to 117. Vali on 93 from 105 balls, 221 without loss. And there's a breeze coming over the ground. Not a very hot day today. To remind you, it is spring here. Beg your pardon, it's autumn here already, and the days are cooling off earlier. And that's the departure of Yasin Vali, a well played 93. He'll be very disappointed. Well bowled Malusi Saboto as he departs.
Yasin Vali, absolute brilliant innings, 93 of 105 deliveries. He will be very disappointed that he could not get over the line for that century. Well batted, an absolute brilliant partnership between Ruan Tblanch and Yasin Vali comes to an end. Broken by Malusi Saboto, the 35th over of the innings. Just played on the inside line of that ball. but he did look uncomfortable as well. Garden Route Badgers 221 for 1. Well batted Yasin Valley. Still needing a further 30 runs for victory. One more ball left in the 35th over. And joining Rowan Tblanch out to the middle will be Kyle Jacobs.
Nathan, I'm just asking you, Heath Richards is a big hitter, still in the hat. Wouldn't you have promoted him up the batting order?
Well, I do believe that at this stage the Garden Route Badgers should get the win. So why not give him the opportunity to just go from ball 1. Supported to Jacobs. Short ball. And that does look like the umpire is waving to the physio. And that's the end of the 35th over. Garden Route Badgers 221 for 1. Still needing another 30 runs for victory. Physio just having a look at Jacobs, just making sure he's asking the right questions. That was a quick check. Jacobs is all systems go again. Tblanch will be on strike. The captain of the Flexbrands Knights will be bowling from the commentary box end. Bowling his 7th over. The experienced Dane Pitt has been quite expensive today as well. Going at about 6 and over economy rate. And Rowan Tblanch just punches that one over cover, extra cover, and that will be coming back for a couple. Takes the score to 223 for 1. There's no run there. That's good fielding there. Square leg by Langa. Slanga, apologies. Bit to Tblanch. This one just a little bit wider and goes for single. Garden Route Badgers absolutely cruising at this stage. Some of the Knights fielders have hands on hips, hands on knees. It's been that kind of day. And as we were saying earlier, it's just one of those games where you just have to take your hat off and just shake hands and say, well played. Jacobs just punching that one down to long off for single. It seems like we've been doing the shaking of hands and well played 2 days straight now. Tblanch back on strike. Unbeaten on 120 from 106 deliveries. That one is punched out. That's brilliant fielding by Isaac Tikgale. Rowan Tblanch, 36 overs in the middle, 50 overs in the field. The previous home game as well, batted for a majority of the time, as well as being out And this one, he punches straight down the middle of the ground. And that one has gone 1 bounce 4. What a way to end the over. Garden Route Badgers, 229 for 1 after 36 overs, needing 22 runs for victory.
Siwoto to Jacobs. Those fielders are tight on the single there, on the offside. Trying to make sure that the new batter is not getting off strike easily. Jacobs will have to get off strike and get the more senior partner, Tblanch, who's 124 of 108 on strike, for them to knock off this 22 runs in the next 3 overs and a bit. Not in a position to go over the top there. And he hauls out to mid-on. Cole Abrams completes the catch. And Jacobs departs. 1 of 5. Garden Route Badgers are 229 for 1. Or 229 for 2 rather.
Very good catch taken there by Cole Abrams. He ran towards his right and he completed a fine catch.
That brings the skipper Josh van Heerden to the crease to join Tblanch as they look to knock off this 22 runs for a bonus point win. I think the win is already in the bag. No doubts about that. And it is drinks now.
So the captain, George van Heerden, is taking strike. He will be a very happy skipper, but he will be a completely happy skipper if the Badgers can secure a bonus point win here today. Malusi Saboto, he will not give anything away as a captain, so it's skipper to skipper. Dot ball. $229 for 2. Yasin Wali made 93 from 106 balls, 2 sixes and 8 fours in a record-breaking 221-run partnership for the first stand here between Tblanch and Wali. It's another dot ball. Van Heerden will get off the mark, and that's the end of a wicket over for Saboto, 2 for 38, and the Badgers will try to knock off this remaining 21 runs in the next 3 overs to win by a bonus point and to leapfrog to the 3rd position jointly, or the 4th position rather, on the lock. And the Eastern Cape and Yardley will await them in East London on Sunday. Dane Pitt will continue, the captain. He was on the expensive side today, 0 for 44 in his 7 overs. Great effort by Ruben Maria to save a boundary, and Van Heerden will pick up a single. 232 now. Pardon, 231. Great effort by the 20-year-old Ruben Maria. This one will run away. Another great effort by Ruben Maria. He saved a certain boundary. And we need to compliment the youngster at this late stage of the game for his efforts. He cut off 2 certain boundaries. And you can also note the discomfort of Tblanch, who is struggling with cramps, I believe, again. Well, this one will go, it will go all the way. It's a maximum for Tblanch, taking him to 132 and taking the Badgers to 239. There you can see Tblanch is the informed batsman. He picks that up early and quickly and deposited over mid-wicket for a maximum. Just hit into the vacant area. Once again, Ruben Maria will come in. He does the fielding. He will not prevent a single. 240 for 2. 11 runs needed to win. And very important, we mentioned it earlier, that bonus point will be crucial in his run chase and in the Badgers league lock position. Short ball, once again work for Ruben Maria. They will settle for a single, and that's the end of the over. 240 for 2, and 11 more runs needed to win here. Van Heerden, the captain, is on 3, the target 251. Well, just to recap on what happened earlier today, Dane Pitt, the captain of the Knights, won the toss. He opted to have a bat first. There was a very good opening stand of 82. Yuri Snyman made 46. Ruan Haasbroek 32 and Ruben Maria 32. Not Yuri Snyman, Jacques Snyman. Apologies for that, Jacques. Yuri Snyman is playing for the Benoni-based team. But Malusi Saboto, he will bowl his last over. He was the only successful bowler today. He conceded 38 runs and he picked up 2 wickets. That's a magnificent shot. He will pick up 4. There's new energies here at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn. 2 disappointing away losses. Well, Saboto, it was a bouncer from where we sit. And remember, we're not square with on the ground. It seems to be a wide. But the umpires has been very consistent today. And through to the keeper, Ruan Haasbroek. In the gap, he'll pick up a single. And taking Ruan Tblanch to strike, who's on 133. Remember, he's top list A score for Tblanch, which he scored 11 days ago here at this very same ground, was 133. So can he better that today? A truly magnificent innings by the former Polroos, SA19 and Boland cricketer. His 3rd season here with the Badgers. The first 2, he was hampered by injury, back-to-back injuries. And that's a departure of Tblanch for 133. Saboto picks up his 3rd. The never say die Malusi Saboto picked up a 3rd wicket. And Tblanch departs for 133. Good sportsmanship there by Ruan Haasbroek. Give him a hand and he departs. Pace taken off that, airborne, and the catch has been completed. Captain Dane Pitt does the fielding, and he took a very good regulation catch. And in comes Peko Moletsane. Peko's bowling today was very good. I thought he bowled exceptionally well. 8 overs, 0 for 34. And there you can see a very tired, exhausted Ruan Tblanch on your screen, where you receive treatment from the physiotherapist, Mr. Ines Erasmus. Ines, a very experienced physiotherapist. He did duty for Namibia in the 2023 Rugby World Cup in France, and he was also the high-performance coach of the South Africa netball team with the World Cup that was hosted in South Africa in 2023. Saboto to Moletsane. He will hit that out and he'll pick up a single. Dane Pitt does the fielding, and it will bring George van Heerden on strike. A well-calculated, well-structured run chase here. The platform was laid by the two openers, Yassine Vali and Ruan Tblanch. The captain, George van Heerden, is on strike. And Saboto has brought in his fine leg, Sitembisa Langa, who put down Tblanch earlier today when he was in the 80s. And then he drops back to fine leg. And they will pick up a single, and that brings an end. No, it brings not an end. There's 2 more balls to go. Pardon for that. Yeah, it is the end to the over. Malusi Saboto, 3 for 44, the most and the only successful bowler of the visitors. The Badgers required 5 more runs, and they've got 3 more runs. Yeah, 3 more runs, and they've got 6 balls. And very wisely, push that one out, and they will settle for a single. Moritsani is on strike. The score now 249 for 3. And that will be the ball game. Molitsane, slog sweep, Dane Pitt. They will come back for the second. The Badgers victorious here in Oudtshoorn. A bonus point win by 7 wickets. They picked up 5 league points. A well-deserved victory here for the men in green. Jason, what a run chase.
A beautiful chase by the Garden Route Badgers on the back of that mammoth opening partnership between Ruan Tblanch and Yassine Vali of 221 in 35 overs. And that backed up their bowling performance, especially by the spinners, who went at 3.86. Which was Carl Jacobs, Liam Elder, and Peko Moletsane. Overall, great performance from the Garden Route Badgers and a well-deserved bonus point win by the home side. And the team sitting right on top, the Flexbrand Knights, will have some questions to answer, especially with their approach to the spin when they were batting in their inning, where they showed no particular intent to take the spin on, and that bettered them just in a bit of a hole, even though they were able to rotate here and there. But well done to the Garden Route Badgers. Good game for them.
Thank you very much. Nathan, closing remarks from you. What a run chase we saw here today.
Yes, absolutely brilliant effort by Yassine Vali and Ruan Tblanch. Back-to-back 150 plus stands. Today a 221 stand. Setting up the chase, making it look easy at the end. Garden Route Badgers back-to-back victories at home and looking very strong at the recreational ground in Oudtshoorn. Well done to the home side.
So the Badgers will be on the bus to East London tomorrow, where they will take on the Eastern Cape Inyati at Buffalo Park on Sunday. We will be back on air again on Saturday when we will host the last round of Hollywood Bets Pro Series matches, the one between the Garden Route Badgers women and the Titans here in Oudtshoorn. Thank you very much for joining us today. Also, thank you very much to our technical team for producing an excellent audiovisuals today, and we will be back again. Thank you very much.